All right. Are we back? Yeah, we're back. Okay. Can you guys see me? All right. Good stuff. This is more anima than the fucking jailer. I mean, did it sort of bug out for you guys? Because it showed on my side that the stream was incredibly unstable. Have a good one. Thanks for the tip one up, dude. Really appreciate that. 30 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 1,000. How long did it take to sell your shit? Ceases almost immediately. A bit of buffering. Yeah, I thought so. I thought as much. I think it's the Wi-Fi receiver, to be quite honest with you, or really the Wi-Fi sender, most likely, that's causing the shit. Generally fine. I'll fix that shit. Don't worry about it. The fact that I know I can do this now, right, tells me I should be able to do a barbecue stream. With the right setup, I should be able to do a barbecue stream. Take care of yourself, Elena. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself. You're in Cape Town already. Didn't know finally found a house. Unforgiven one. Yes, we've been here for almost 5-6 days. So yeah. Did anyone see the copy? Your homework where Blizzard copied the memory rune from Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers and 9.2 Sigil. I heard about that. Is the internet better in your place? Nightquest, how you doing? The upload is faster. So I get 200 upload now rather than just 100. But all in all, the internet's similar. Kind of the same. The Napier, how you doing, brother? 9.2 lore reveal, Jada's motivation. Wait, where was that? Traxton, how you doing, brother? So I think what I'll have to do is I'll probably have to get some Wi-Fi signal boosters. Also get proper ones that actually go Wi-Fi 5, Wi-Fi 6. Right? So if I get proper Wi-Fi signal boosters, we should be able to do a proper stream. And maybe even a nice barbecue stream. It will be from the phone though. So I don't know how good that's going to be. Problem with Wi-Fi around the farm? Guys, good. Yeah, you can buy repeaters, Wi-Fi repeaters. CCS at the moment, I literally just have the one that comes from the router itself. So the Wi-Fi I have currently is literally the one that comes from the router, which is why it's not that great. Yeah, it's ISP provided. The one before was not a bad stream from your phone? No, not bad, but because the reason it's dropping the whole time is because the phone doesn't have full connectivity to Wi-Fi. And also, most of your normal routers have Wi-Fi. So for example, if I do a Wi-Fi test right now on my phone, like a speed test, I get about half the speed on my phone than what I get everywhere else. And that's just because most of these routers they're not built to give you fast Wi-Fi. They're built to give you some Wi-Fi, right? If you want good Wi-Fi, what you need is a proper Wi-Fi repeater that's plugged into an Ethernet cable, and that thing sends out good Wi-Fi. The thing that I would have to check, though, for all of you, is rain. If you want to do proper IRL streams, we'd have to check out Rain. So it's this company. They do proper Wi-Fi uncapped packages. And you can see here, it's not too bad, right? full HD streaming for $4.99 up to 50 megabits per second. Should be fine. Trying to think now. I've heard some good things and some bad things about this guy. How much is 4.99 rand? Let's call it $30. $30 maybe. Out of give one. Yeah, like $20, $30 a month. For unlimited 5G Wi-Fi. Ramsey, I will never play Raid Shadow Legends. Don't worry about that. Worth of work, yeah? What's like a month's worth of work? What, the Wi-Fi? I don't think so. I mean, this is cheap as shit. When I move, I'll be getting 150 megabits, a lot better than the shitty 8 megabits I currently have. So my line at home is 200 up, 200 down. The reason I want this, is because we can take this with us. If I do this correctly, I can take this SIM card, put it into my phone, and get this Wi-Fi so I can take you guys down to the beach and we can stream on the fucking beach. If I get this SIM card, it should work. Advertise is the best case scenario. Yeah, it's always the best case scenario, and in South Africa, it's usually not the fucking best case ever. The max I've made in a month as a store manager was 700 euros, and my rent was half of it. I ended the month with like 10, 20 euros. Jesus, okay. Wait, really? Pay is that bad in the EU? Barbecue stream concept? Andy, we've already spoken about it. The fact that I now know I can stream from my phone means we'll probably do a fucking barbecue stream. We'll likely do a barbecue stream. You don't have to worry about it. We'll figure it out. Yes, Sandy. Yes, it won't be the best barbecue stream. It's definitely not how I would fucking want to do it, but it's at least a barbecue stream. You said that a throne of lies? Go fuck yourself, Andy. You have a tripod for your stream? No, I'd have to buy a tripod. I sold my tripod back in Pretoria. Washington State, no, housing costs is nuts. Man, you guys, you should all move to South Africa. Shit's cheap as crap here. Tears, I went from making $1,000 to $20. 23% of what we pay in stores goes to the government, and up to 13 to 20% of salary goes to those decks. Yeah, I know the feels. In South Africa, it's higher, actually. Well, in South Africa, the base pay starts at 18.5% tax. And then it goes up drastically from there. And I think the highest you can pay is something like 45% tax. Issue and chip shortage is making everything expensive. While I missed your last stream, I found that 4 girls in Cape Town do hot tub videos, and then I'm thinking, oh my god, Akko about to start hot tub streams to compete. Wait, there's 4 hot tub streamers in South Africa. Who are they? You're in taxes. Taxes is a fuck up, Gilbert. It's an absolute fuck up. I will not visit them, Cesius, but I did not think that there are actually a lot of fucking South African girls who do Twitch. In fact, I didn't think there's a lot of South Africans who do Twitch, to be frank. Very few South Africans that I know. Like, there's a lot of South Africans that try their hand at streaming, but like most people, they think that streaming is this incredibly easy thing, and then they realize, oh, it doesn't help that you're cute or hot or shit. That's not really gonna bring people to your stream. Yeah, I know the feels. I used to be there as well. Mistress Mod and Stoner Check are 2 off the top of my head. Mistress Mod. Wait, these are Twitch streamers or are you on OnlyFans, Unforgive One? SAS Fund. Yeah, I could probably do that. Mistress Mod. I've never fucking heard that name. I've never heard that name. Let's see. Mistress Mod. That doesn't sound like... Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, like, literally live right now. Full-blown fucking hot tub. 100% fucking hot tub. Yep. This is second largest South African Twitch streamer. What? What? She's got 83 viewers, and she says she's the second largest South African Twitch streamer. I mean, we started early today, and we've got like 60. How many viewers do we have right now? 60 something? And a stone chick, live in the same house. She looks like my classmate. What the fuck? 65. Imagine how many you'd have if you were in a hot tub. I would have no. I would have none. Like absolutely zero. Stands the power of hot tubs? No. I will still not do hot tub streaming even if it guaranteed made me more money. No, we usually have like 100 plus. If we keep streaming now, I'm pretty sure we'll eventually get to like probably 200. Because remember, it's still very early. We usually start at around 3 p.m. Today I started at 12 p.m. Right? So if we just keep streaming, I'm pretty sure we're probably going to peak over 100. Probably going to go to 200. It is my first day back, so I'm assuming it's going to probably take a little bit longer. But most of my viewers, the Americans, are only now waking up from their slumber. So I'm not too worried. What was the other one you said? She's not even that cute, in my opinion. This Mistress Maud or whatever the fuck. But I suppose there's plenty of guys on Twitch that still haven't figured out that there's such a thing as Pornhub. Which is, you know, sad, because I think Pornhub is better. What's the other one called again? Yeah. I mean, look, I don't get why... I think he said Stoner Chick. No, she and Stoner Chick lives together. It's just, it's weird to me, dude, because South African fucking parents are very conservative. So this girl most likely doesn't tell her parents what she does. There's a good chance that this girl will not tell her parents what she does. They're not cute at all, just thought funny. They're an essay. Ah, okay. The thing is just, though, when you do something like hot tub streams, yeah, Belle Delphine told her parents what she did? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Belle Delphine is also South African. I'd say Belle Delphine is probably the largest South African content creator. Bathwater. There's a difference in income. We don't make a lot of money from the free content, but since Visa backed out, the transactions are off, so it's minimal pay per 1K views. That's good. Well, Pornhub's ad revenue is pretty sick, isn't it? I once saw the numbers for Pornhub's ads, and those ads are fucking expensive. No, Rachel K. She streams games, living in SA. Rachel K. What's her channel name? Is it just called Rachel K? I'm not sure. Widget. Lick ear mics. Fuck my life. Okay. Mullion, she's pretty clever. Look, whatever your feelings are about Belle Delphine, the one thing that I can't take away from her is the fact that she knows what the fuck she's doing. Right? She's played it perfectly. She knows how to make money. She understands it, but I do think she sort of fucked herself when she went straight into porn. Well, Cascade, you do, are you on Pornhub? Oh my god, 68 cents per 1,000 views? Holy fuck, that's low. Okay, that is much lower than what I thought. Kazragor, what did you link? Can we remove the timeout from Kazragor, please? Belle Delphine started doing porn when she could be a millionaire on Twitch. Deadman Prop, I think she got bored. And that's why she started doing porn. She didn't know how else to shock people. Nika Spider, how you doing? And but I also think that she's one of those people that she said it before, actually. She said there's just going to be one day where she no longer makes content. Deals and paid promotions. I posted a Twitch link. Kazragor, what's her name on Twitch? I'll quickly check. Rachel K. One word. All right. Oh yeah, she's cute. She calls herself a wholesome warlord. Yeah. Don't play fucking music. Nah, she's alright. Wait, she's South African as well? I'd say she's pretty cute. Awesome. Not awesome, wholesome. Alright, so she's a proper game streamer. I can see... Well, she does some just chatting stuff. But there seems to be a game happening there. Tavern Master, Road 96, Medieval Dynasty, pretty cool game that. Age of Empire 4, Lost Ark, Age of Empires New World. Alright, so she be a gamer. Alright, yeah. Well, the goals in South Africa definitely fucking pulling off some big views. No, FF, not a gamer. Miss Mage, how you doing? To Rachel, but not other girls. She funny in Tavern Master and Road 96. I don't really follow a lot of South African content creators, to be honest. I like a few months ago, I didn't even know that there were really any other South African content creators. I don't really follow a lot of people, to be quite honest. I'm gonna stream on Twitch. So funny to watch her Fallout Boys and how it's called. She streams and curses like pirates. Speaking of Final Fantasy, the queues. Nico Spider, is the queue still bad? Only found you and watched some SA Tarkov streamers. Alex, how you doing, bro? Yes, new place. Following people is weird. Oh, yeah, the Endwalker queue ultimate. So we won't be able to play anyways. If I tried to log into it right now, the lag would be surreal. I think I'm on the biggest like raid server in NA. See, the thing is, I don't really use... So, I don't do that whole networking thing. Right? Espo, how you doing, bro? I don't do networking at all. I tend to just do my own thing. And whoever shows up, shows up. Whoever watches my streams, watches my streams. And if people don't want to watch the streams, they don't fucking watch the streams. It's all good. Right? I think that's why I've never really reached out to fellow South African streamers or even tried. Mainly because I don't see why. What am I going to do? When I now know the streamer, it's going to be like, oh, okay, cool. And then I'll just move on. Been able to get into Final Fantasy 14 since things went live Friday. Fuck my life. Well, that's going to... I'm on Gilgamesh. Yes. I don't see how Gilgamesh could be okay. Especially if the queues are a fucking nightmare as it is right now. But I'm not worried. I'm playing whenever I want to play. I will time on Friday and I haven't been able to get on. So how many Final Fantasy people do we have in the chat right now? Oh, Casual, right? I appreciate whatever support people throw my way. I'm genuinely not worried. Like, thanks for the support. It's really amazing. All right, I've got a nice bit of Final Fantasy people hanging out today. I like it. I'm a new player. Welcome to Final Fantasy, bro. That fucking game's gonna steal your life. I have to go. I need some groceries. All right, Flinderoinky, see you later. Give it a go after you say to enjoy the game and don't try to get max level. Damo, yeah, never try to get max level. Just play the fucking game. Days, I know for a fact you play. We've been doing raids and dungeons together. Lord Gals, how you doing? Good stream, catch you later. Flinderoinky, see you in a bit. A while ago, but need to go slowly or the PC runs to shit. Wait, really? Here I am doing WoW world quests. Why does Primal have a bigger queue than Ether? What the fuck? I have no idea. Maybe just right now, the queues are sort of rough. That would be my guess. I'm not touching any MMO until I complete my bucket list of video games that I missed playing for the past 17 years. But you know, what's your bucket list? Let me judge you. What's on this bucket list of yours? I'd be happy to play Judge, Jury, and Executioner for this fucking bucket list because I'm pretty sure it's wrong. Over 5k for me at least last night. Apparently huge influx of new players. I can imagine that there's a lot of people trying Final Fantasy right now. I'm not in the mood right now to play video games. 80 degrees, but the screen tears a bit. Casgard, you should check your cooler to make sure that the cooler is fine. 80 degrees is fine, by the way. 80 degrees is low. You can push it. Do you have a laptop or do you have a normal PC? Perfect game to escape from reality for me for some reason. Final Fantasy is an amazing game for escape. Absolutely brilliant game for escape. Clusterfuck of quests did you get in the main hub when you start in Final Fantasy? Massey, but don't click on the clusterfuck of quests. Just do the main quests. The key is to get on early and stay on. That's always for WoW, the same thing. But no, I'm like today, I just want to hang out with you guys. From tomorrow, we'll probably jump back into Final Fantasy and play some Final Fantasy. I haven't been able to fucking stream in, what is it? Like, almost a week that we haven't been able to stream. So I'm just glad to be back online. Max, not really. So it will probably start, I mean, so technically speaking, if we're talking about throttling, all PCs start throttling over 55 degrees Celsius, right? Because technically what happens to your CPU over 55 is it starts clocking down, right? But even laptops, if you take most laptops, they can run perfectly fine at about 90, 95 degrees Celsius with no real issues. Like you'll still get the specs that the box says you're gonna get. Laptops are they run inherently fucking hot. Normal PC, cleaned it a couple of weeks about. It's kind of an old PC in terms of the features. Only has Intel 4600, 600 megabytes of VRAM. I do push it with 12 RAM. Fuck. Have you heard all the latest data mine stuff from WoW? Oh my god, it's horrible. We'll go through it. I've pulled up a bunch of things here that we'll go through. Final Fantasy it's absolutely so there's been a lot of misunderstanding. I just made a video not too long ago. Let me see if I can pull up this video quickly. I made a video about, I think I released it yesterday, maybe the day before yesterday, on the Clips channel, right? And a lot of people misunderstood what I said there. Okay, so here's the game. Here's the video, right? So I made this video. The video is called WoW versus Final Fantasy. It's not a zero-sum game. And a lot of people misunderstood what I said in that video. Which isn't like... it's to be expected. The vast majority of people watch like the first minute of a video and then, of course, write a comment. Because why not? It just makes sense that you wouldn't watch the video to its entirety. Also, most people don't seem to realize that it was just a clip. It wasn't, like, it's not necessarily the most well thought out arguments. It's just a clip of an argument that I made. But, so, first and foremost, I think what should be pointed out is that I don't believe that you can actually compare World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy with each other, even though both of them technically are MMOs. I think trying to compare the two games to one another is fundamentally flawed. Mainly because I don't think the two games try to cater to the exact same audiences. I think even if World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy were at their fighting weight, like we're at the best possible place they could be, I don't think they would steal many players from each other. The people that is currently playing World of Warcraft will never play Final Fantasy because it's just not the kind of game that they want to play. Now, we've had this discussion a bit earlier today where I asked you guys, what is World of Warcraft? And almost all of you agreed World of Warcraft is a looter shooter. It's not an MMORPG. It doesn't even pretend to be an MMORPG anymore. It has the MMORPG sticker on the box. But if you look at how Blizzard releases their content, if you look at what is at max level content, I think it's pretty clear that Blizzard themselves don't really care to try and make it into an MMORPG, whereas Final Fantasy is an MMORPG, although many people will say it's actually an RPG MMO. It's still an MMORPG. It has all of the MMO qualities that an MMO requires, and then it also pays a lot of attention to the RPG element of the game. So just right there, I want to point out, I don't think you can compare these two games with one another, because I don't think these two games cater to the same audience. I think in Final Fantasy, the game caters far more for the variety player. So if we were to boil down the two games into what could be considered the hardcore player, I do believe that World of Warcraft does take the edge. I think World of Warcraft is a far more hardcore game than Final Fantasy. When you go to hardcore raiding, hardcore PvP, even hardcore dungeons, I do think that World of Warcraft takes the cake. And that's not to say that Final Fantasy doesn't do it incredibly well. That's not to say that the raiding in Final Fantasy isn't incredibly good, because it is. We're currently doing Coils of Bahamut and at minimum item level no echo, and I can tell you that it's some of the most fun I've ever had. But I've looked at fights from people who do the max level stuff, at least when it was Shadowbringers, people doing the max level raids there. And while those raids are by no means easy, I don't think they're necessarily as hardcore as World of Warcraft, and I think for a good reason. They're not trying to be. When I look at Yoshi P, when I listen to Yoshi P speak, and I look at sort of the philosophy that goes into Final Fantasy, it feels as if, and maybe there's hardcore players that can tell me otherwise, but it feels as if the whole premise of Final Fantasy was you should only play as much as you want to play. And once you're done, as your own mind decides this is the end point for you, you can really end, right? There's not going to be a reason for you to keep logging in. It doesn't seem to want to keep you busy beyond a reasonable time period with specific goals. It doesn't feel like the kind of game that wants you to know life itself. It feels like the kind of game that says, hey, we know there's other games out there. How about you play a little bit of our game, and then you can go play something else, right? Depending on how you want to do it. For me, as a person who do play a lot of other games, I love that. I love that because it allows me to not feel like I'm obligated to log in every single day and play. But then what Final Fantasy does, which I think is incredible, it actually does make enough content for you only to play Final Fantasy if you choose. Like, there's so much other things that you can do in the game that even though you're maybe done raiding, there's still the ability for you to go do other things. Whereas with World of Warcraft, if you look at the philosophy in WoW, what they want from you as a player is for you to know life WoW. The whole game is built that way. So when I say that I think World of Warcraft is more hardcore than Final Fantasy, I'm not talking about the difficulty of the fights. Because, like I said, I've watched videos of people doing the fights, right? They're incredibly difficult and they're incredibly hard. I'm talking about everything else that goes into actually being able to raid. I don't get the feeling like Final Fantasy requires that much effort in order to get into the raiding. It doesn't feel like it requires me to know life the game just so that I can raid. Ascension, how you doing, brother? So that's why I say World of Warcraft gets the edge, right? When it comes to the hardcore element. When players say World of Warcraft is more hardcore, I think that's what they mean. Now, even if we said all things are equal, right? Even if all things being equal, I still don't believe that World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy should be competing against one another. It's not a zero-sum game. Nor should it be a zero-sum game. The success of one does not automatically mean the failure of the other. And that was the point that I was trying to make in that video, which most people didn't agree with because most people said players only have this amount of time and they can't play both games. Well, you don't have to play both games. If you choose that you just like WoW, that isn't the end of fucking Final Fantasy. If you choose to just play Final Fantasy, it doesn't mean the end of WoW. It just means that you made a choice based on the kind of game that you want and based on the kind of game that World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy is, the kind of games that they are. There's no competition between the two. Because I can tell you right now, unless Blizzard makes an incredible shift in how they approach the game, I will most likely never be back to World of Warcraft full time. I will play Final Fantasy instead. And this comes from someone who started playing World of Warcraft in Warcraft 2. Final Fantasy opened my mind to what an MMO can be in a way that I would never have known if all I ever played was World of Warcraft. If I just kept playing WoW, I would have just accepted the fact that, hey, this is what MMOs are now, you know? They're looter shooters, just with bigger worlds and more story. But Final Fantasy came in and said, hey, this is what an MMO actually is. pick and choose what you want to do what's fun, don't feel forced, and just go out and do what you find enjoyable. And I don't know if WoW could be better or good enough to take me away from Final Fantasy in that regard. I don't think it can. Because I like the fact that I log on with a bunch of friends, or viewers in this instance, and we go do Coils of Bahamut. Minimum item level, no echo. And I get to experience how hard it was, and we're having fun, and it's a laugh, and it's a joke, and it's all good. I like that. What I don't like is going mythic with 19 other fucking people in World of Warcraft. Because getting 19 people together is a fucking nightmare. Keeping them together is a nightmare. So, yeah, I just think Final Fantasy right now have the answers to the questions that I've been asking. But I don't think the two games are in competition with one another. I don't think it's healthy to think that they're in competition with one another. I think the only people that should view the two games as competition are the developers of the two games. It's helpful for them. But I guess the reason it bugs me so much that people make these two games into competition is the amount of people that sort of find their personal identity within these games. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, chat, but everyone in this chat knows someone where if you say anything negative about World of Warcraft, they take offense personally. And the same goes for Final Fantasy. Like, how many of you have met someone where if you say something negative about WoW or about Final Fantasy, that person takes it personally? It turns into a massive fight. It doesn't have to be IRL. It can be online. No. Online. You just know someone who is like that. You see, I don't understand that at all. I don't understand why people Why do people feel like they're personally being attacked when you're attacking a company? You shouldn't. That's a moronic stance to take. If I say something negative about WoW or about Final Fantasy, I'm criticizing a corporation. I'm not criticizing you. You're not the spokesperson for this game. This game is not you. It sort of annoys me. Now, Ascension, to your point, not everyone can afford 2 subs. There is more than enough players within the MMO market for everyone to pick a game and for both games to be very successful. That's the point that I'm making. While technically they are competing, that competition should only exist for the developers. Because yes, the developers are fighting for people's subscriptions. It shouldn't really be competition between the players, because for the players it shouldn't matter. A gift after Shadowbringers launching, showing their appreciation and admiration for him. Wait, really? I don't see shit here. The tweet has been deleted. Can't see the tweet. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about free-to-play games, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not necessarily fully on board with free-to-play video games. Not that I think free-to-play video games are inherently bad, but I don't think free-to-play video games are inherently good either. It doesn't. Clicking on it says this tweet has been deleted. I just clicked on the link. It showed me nothing. It just showed this tweet has been deleted. I'll show you. Currently leveling Reaper class, and I'm having a blast on melee. So there you go. Killer, those games don't really count. Because now we're talking League of Legends, Dota, we're talking about MOBA games. Their basic business model requires a free-to-play mode, right? Because no one would really pay a monthly subscription for a MOBA game. And it's also different games, right? For example, a subscription fee for a single-player RPG would also not work. No one's going to pay a subscription fee for Cyberpunk 2077 or for Witcher 3 or for Far Cry or any of those games, right? Because they're single-player RPGs that don't require... So when I'm saying like free-to-play, I'm talking specifically within the MMO genre, not outside of that. Because outside of that, you'll get many different business models that work for many different games, but doesn't necessarily work in that specific game. I'm just not a fan of free-to-play games. In general, free-to-play MMO games, I guess it depends, yeah? Because if you had a free-to-play MMO that was actually free-to-play with no pay-to-win elements and the shop wasn't completely obnoxious, I think I wouldn't mind it. The problem is almost every free-to-play MMO that I've ever seen tend to sneak certain pay-to-win elements into the shop, right? Even if it's not blatant pay-to-win, it's kind of pay-to-win. Even Elder Scrolls Online, they had this thing where it wasn't really on the shop, right? But it was on the subscription. So if you paid the subscription... you actually leveled 10 or 20% faster. And right in the beginning, they were sort of toying with the idea of your movement speed would be faster as well. If you paid the subscription, they walked that back before it went live even. But that would have been one of the most clear examples of pay to win, right? Your movement speed faster, fucking good. Sent a Murloc-themed art of appreciation to Yoshi P after Shadowlands launch. I wonder why, Romsky, why did Blizzard send Yoshi P a Murloc-themed... Why would Blizzard send this to Yoshi P after he's... after Shadowlands launch? Was this after Shadowbringers or Shadowlands? Because it says congratulations on that. Now, why would they congratulate him for Shadowlands launch? Shadowbringers, there we go. So, I think the thing that sort of bothers me from this, this is not to be an indictment of World of Warcraft in any way, shape, or form, but Shamanita, how you doing? I did survive the move, yes. This is not an indictment of the move, but of Blizzard Entertainment in any way, shape, or form. It's more just a case of, so we know that Yoshi P and some of the Blizzard developers are incredibly close. Yoshi P have been to the Blizzard offices multiple times. He's friends with a lot of the people that work at Blizzard Entertainment. My problem is just, so they send him this card after the launch of Shadowbringers, and I think this happened before the problems with Shadowlands, right? I don't know if they'll send him this now, considering the state of Shadowlands. But, you know, they send him this. They're like, congratulations, Shadowbringers. We're so happy for you. But why is it that Blizzard refuses to take any direction from Final Fantasy when it comes to how they develop their game? Why is it that Blizzard refuses to take direction from Final Fantasy? Now, trying to think, how do I put this? I don't think it has to do with Blizzard seeing Final Fantasy as lesser. Instead, I've had this sneaky suspicion for a while. Now, this is like 5-head speculation levels of theory. But to my mind, for a while now, I've had this suspicion that Blizzard is trying to change what World of Warcraft is. We spoke about this twice now on the stream today, that World of Warcraft is a looter shooter. And it's really turned into a looter shooter under Ian's watch, right? Prior to Ian taking over World of Warcraft had looter shooter elements, but it was still sort of tied in to MMO, right? It was still very much an MMO with some looter shooter elements at the high end, right? Which I guess you could say is fine, right? Sadly, loot is important and there has to be a way to get said loot. So not necessarily in the world, most MMOs are looter shooters at the very high end. Under Ian's watch, though, all of the casual content that World of Warcraft used to have, the outdoor achievements and the outdoor mounts and the outdoor pets and stuff, have become more treadmill-like. So just repetition will eventually win you the thing. Under him, you know, things like the flying have become extremely tedious to unlock. All of it to do with engagement, right? Every single thing that Ian has done in World of Warcraft has been done to increase engagement. It's been done to sort of put players on a treadmill, let them run for a couple of months on this treadmill, then finally unlock the reward. And then put players on another treadmill and then let them run and then finally gather that reward. Now, I've sort of been thinking about why Ian would have done that. I've been thinking about why is it that Ian went this route. Primarily speaking, in the world of video games, the easiest video game, and this is actually a few years ago, there was a developer that spoke out from Ubisoft. Because he was basically saying players need to get over the idea of Assassin's Creed ever going back to the originals, right? The first three. Ubisoft will never again make an Assassin's Creed like they did the first three. And his reasoning behind this was actually rather simple. Looter shooter games, whether they come in the form of Blades or an Assassin's Creed or a Far Cry, or even a Division 2, which is more of a pure looter shooter, whereas the other two is sort of hybrid looter shooter RPG games. But looter shooter games are incredibly easy to develop. It doesn't take a lot of input to get a lot of output, right? Because the difference between looter shooters and just about every other game on the market is that I have friends that play looter shooters. I myself hate looter shooters. I can't play them. They're incredibly boring to me. But I have friends that play looter shooters pretty much every one that comes out. Borderlands, The Division 1 and 2, they know life those games. The point behind looter shooter games is optimization. Anyone that's ever played a looter shooter game will know it's all about optimizing your time, right? So you're going to do the exact same dungeon for the 500th time, right? The point for you doing it once again is to see how fast you can do it. Like, how efficient can you do this dungeon? How quickly can you get to the end to get the loot to start again, right? That's sort of the players that love looter shooters. Kamensk, thank you much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The players that like looter shooters, they like that, right? They want to optimize their playtime. They want to be efficient in their playtime. I'm not someone that likes that, right? I want new challenges. I want new story. I want different content all the time. Ian, we know for a fact, comes from Blizzard Entertainment, and Blizzard Entertainment wants one thing and only one thing. They want optimized engagement. They want to have as many people engaged in their games as humanly possible. This means that for Ian, he's hit all of the boxes that Activision Blizzard have wanted him to hit. He's managed to build a World of Warcraft that requires very little input for maximum amounts of output. And it used to work very well. It worked really well until Shadowlands 9.1. Now, can anyone in chat tell me why 9.1 is the one that went wrong? Why did things go wrong in 9.1? Netrix, no. Anyone willing to take a guess as to what went wrong with 9.1? Mr. Smoken, no. While that's definitely a problem for us lore freaks, it's not a problem for the game. So where exactly is the Division 1 right now? How many people still play the Division 1? Almost no one. Almost no one. Every once in a while, maybe someone will quickly run through it just to see what it's like. No one plays it. The Division 2, pretty much dead as well. See, looter shooters only work. By the way, Winslow, thank you for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Looter shooters only work as long as it's supported. While players do not mind running the same stuff over and over and over again to optimize their efficiency, there is a point where players need new things to run over and over again in order to optimize their efficiency. If you keep letting them run the same things over and over again, they grow bored. One of the reasons Warframe is one of the most successful looter shooters on the market is the incredible rate at which they release new content. They are constantly bringing out new things for players to do, which means the looter shooter element of the game stays fresh. World of Warcraft was doing just fine until 9.1. Because suddenly in 9.1, actually 9.0, the biggest flaw of World of Warcraft was revealed to the player base. A player base that have always loved MMOs and who played MMOs finally realized that they're not actually playing an MMO. Because now there was no new content. There was nothing fresh. Suddenly they realized, hold on, are you telling me that all I'm doing basically week in and week out is run dungeons for loot that I'll most likely disenchant just so I can go again next week? What the fuck is this? See, as soon as people learned that, as soon as people realized that, it was over. That was the moment that the veil dropped and people went, but this is not much fun. I'm not having a lot of fun here. World of Warcraft went fine when it kept updating the game every 4 months. New content, new things for people, new shinies, new ways of optimizing their playtime. Because why is it that Mythic Plus numbers are down? Why are so many people done with Mythic Plus? 915 didn't bring back the Mythic Plus players. If you think about Mythic Plus, it's the same. Nothing has changed with Mythic Plus. Mythic Plus is still Mythic Plus. The difference is people have finally started to realize, hey, I'm not really having all that much fun doing the same shit over and over again. And once you... Have any of you ever met someone and they're fine? You're fine. You're having a good time. They're great. You laugh together, and then something happens. A very irritating quirk of theirs shows its face. And suddenly, everything this person does irritates you. Have any of you ever met someone like that? Cask, by the way, thanks for the resub, dude. Really appreciate that. 36 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, we have a new follower. Kamisk, is that you? Not sure. Someone just followed the channel. Oh, someone just first chatted, actually. Geja, how you doing, bro? Once you realize that, like, once that annoying trait shows its ugly head, it's over. There's no saving it. There's no coming back from that. You now see that annoying trait. That's wow. That's what's happened. As soon as players peered beyond the veil, there was no bringing that back. You see, Ian had come up with the perfect strategy for WoW. Content that could be brought out in record time with very little effort. Just put people on trade mills and let them run themselves sick. The problem is the trade mills dried up. Suddenly in 9.0, there were no trade mills for people to run on. And I would go so far as to say that the only people that still, and this is not, I'm not trying to be a dick to people that still like WoW, still play WoW, but I think that the vast majority of people, actually, let me rephrase that. I think a good amount of World of Warcraft players that still play WoW, play it because they're addicted. Not because they're having fun, not because they think it's a fun game. They are addicted to the game. They can't not play. They wake up every day and they have a list of things that they have to do, right? And we all know the lists. We all did it. How many WoW players do we have in chat? Ex-WoW players or current WoW players, doesn't matter. If you've played WoW before and on a semi-constant basis, let me know. All right. You all remember that feeling of waking up and knowing, right, I have to do my dailies, then I have to do a dungeon, then I have to go farm this, then I have to go farm that, then I have to do these dailies, then I have to do these world quests, then I have to this. You remember the lists, right? And how nice it felt to finish the list. Like, as soon as you finish your whole list, you get this sort of... feels good. I mean, it's not great when you're doing it. You're sort of annoyed because it's fucking boring. It's the same shit over and over again. But once you're done with the list, there's sort of that release of serotonin that just makes you feel really good for a few minutes. That's addiction. That's what addiction feels like. Now, not everyone is susceptible to this addiction, right? Not everyone is susceptible. There are people who can do those lists the same every day and just never get addicted to it. But, believe it or not, those lists were designed by psychologists for games to get people addicted. It's why almost every single MMO that you play on mobile have these lists. Every mobile game have these lists. See, because lists are how you get people addicted. It's the release of dopamine and the release of serotonin. And if you can combine those in the right amounts, you get people addicted. That is engagement. I know so many players. I'm in the fortunate position that I have a lot of insight into the mind of a lot of players, because a lot of you are my viewers and people talk to me and people tell me how they play, and I sort of get an idea. I know so many people that is addicted to WoW. They don't even know it. Wild Boy, how you doing, bro? They don't even realize that they're addicted to WoW. Because they don't realize that WoW was designed to make them addicted, to get them addicted to the game. I would go so far as to say that the vast majority, or a very large group of the player base right now that still plays WoW every single day, plays it because they're addicted. There's a handful of people that maybe still play for PvP. That's all they do. Them and their friends go in and they pew other people. There might be a couple of people that still play for the Mythic Plus and only the Mythic Plus and don't really do anything else. Maybe some people that still raiding and basically only raid logging at this point. But those people who log in every single day to do the same shit over and over again, let me put it to you this way. Let's talk about healthy obsessions. Does it sound healthy to you when someone spends every day of their life doing the exact same thing for a reward that never comes, and they've been doing it for 10 plus years? Just on the face of that, does that sound like a healthy obsession to you? That's people with the invincible mount. There are people who run the exact same raid every single day on all of their alts, as many times as they can, game permitting, hoping for the invincible drop. That's it. A pixel. They're hoping that a purple fucking pixel drops for them. And they'll do that every day for 10 years, every week. That's what they do. There's so many other fucking mounts in the game that people are running every single day for the exact same reason. Just to hopefully get that fucking invincible mount to drop. Have you ever asked yourself, why is it that those things are on a 1% drop chance? When you look at Final Fantasy, someone told me the other day, Final Fantasy, when mounts are no longer current, their drop rate actually goes down to like, I think 20% or some shit like that. There's a mount, I can't remember which mount it is. I want to say it's a dungeon mount. It's one of the horses that you can get in the game, which is on like a 0.5% drop chance. Why? Matthew, I'm not saying it's wrong. I think as far as addictions go, gaming addiction is probably one of the better ones, right? You get some seriously fucked up... It's better than shooting up heroin. Let's be real, right? But it's also... What makes me sad is the fact that the game was designed to get people addicted. That makes me sad. Because it's literally a corporation preying on the weakness of people. And not only preying on their weakness, but literally designing their game to exploit said weaknesses. That's why Ian is evil. That's why Ian Azikostas is a guy that I can't stand. Because he knowingly does this with no regard for other people's safety, other people's health. And yeah, for that, I just can't respect someone. I can't respect a guy like Ian. Yeah, who was it that said, first kill all the lawyers? Was it Shakespeare? I know Plato said first kill all the actors. But I think it was Shakespeare that said first kill all the lawyers. Well, but yeah, I know. I know a psychologist that works with the gaming industry. I can't say which company they work with, but needless to say, it's a AAA company. South African psychologist. They work with a AAA gaming company, and their job is to make the game as addictive as humanly possible. That's it. That is their job. Make the game as addictive as possible. They want people to log in every single day. Every single thing that you see in a video game, from the music to the lights to everything, it's literally designed to get you addicted. When you open a chest in World of Warcraft and a piece of gear drops out, have you ever asked yourself why there's music playing and a visual effect that showcases the piece of item that you get? It's because it triggers dopamine in your mind. It gives you a dopamine spike, which makes you feel good. Now you want that feeling again, that good feeling again. Achievements, by the way, is one of those little things that psychologists brought us. D-Rocker, yeah. I watched this documentary on casinos the other day. Did you know that even the walls and the ceilings in casinos are specifically designed to keep you there? So there was a casino in Dubai that was supposed to be one of the largest casinos ever. And when you walked into it, it was this massive open fucking dome. It was beautiful inside, but the casino made no money. Like literally no money. People didn't come in to sit down and gamble. Then they got psychologists in, and the psychologist said, yeah, your roofs are too high. People feel overwhelmed with the largeness of the space. You need to bring the roofs down so that people can feel intimate. It makes them feel comfortable. So they'll sit and they'll gamble. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what the fuck? when you realize that this shit is going on, it's surreal. It's absolutely surreal. In Final Fantasy 14, yeah, they are, and the air has pheromones and all the BS to keep you in. It's the concept of you lose your sense of time, so they remove all windows, so you sit there for hours. Well, yeah, and I just find it, because to my mind, a game with a great story, right, doesn't need all of that shit. If you think back to the early days of gaming, right, think back to your Baldur's Gates, your Duke Nukems, your, early Dooms. Those games were incredibly fun, and it's because they were fun that you kept playing for hours and hours on end, right? Because they were fun. They were just really fun, good games. Sounds good. Thank you for tier 1 sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Hey, your first time subbing, dude. Thank you so much. Not everyone liked Duke Nukem. It's sort of like, pick your game. But games back in the day, you played no life because you enjoyed it. Right? Because they were just fun games. Keep it up, mate. Sounds good. Thank you very much. I'd really appreciate that. I'm very happy to have you here, bro. And I hope that you guys enjoy this. We jump from topic to topic, basically discussing everything, anything, really. So I do hope that you guys enjoy it. It's just sad that these days you don't get that anymore. Almost every game, once you know what to look for, every game that you play nowadays, it's just, you just notice it, right? Whenever something happens, you're like, yeah, right, that didn't have to be there. Clearly you're doing that, you know. You know how you do, bro. He says, yeah, I do have some glare over there, but I can't really close the blinds because then the wind knocks them about and they make a fuck ton of noise. So I have to go buy, blockout curtains at some point. That way I can open the windows and not be completely dead inside from the heat, because it would be hot if I closed the windows. It's nice with the wind blowing through. If I close those windows, I die. Johnny, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Do you remember the game Siphon Filter? Wasn't Siphon Filter's first mission you're on a train? You're on a train and you're sort of, you have to, like, it's a mission to save people or to kill all the terrorists on the train. It's a standing train. The train is stationary. I remember Siphon Filter. I just can't remember if that's the right game. But it was a brilliant game. I remember loving it on PlayStation 1, I think. D-Rocker, you have a point, right? Big corporations absolutely figured out how much money they can extract from the community, but I also believe that's their downfall. I believe that big corporations are going to find themselves in a world of hurt in the not so near future. So I think right now, I don't think it's an overestimation. Is there anyone in chat that is going to disagree with me when I say the world economy is probably going to collapse within the next year or two, right? I think most people looking around them realize that something big is about to happen. The economy is going to come crashing down. This is unsustainable. The stock market keeps going up and up and up, even though most of these companies aren't really posting the record profits that should accompany those incredible margins on their stock markets. You have government spending money as if it's going out of fashion. And we all know that governments don't just spend money out of thin air. Governments simply spend future money. We're all going to be taxed to fuck in the very near future for governments to actually be able to pay back all the money that they're borrowing in order to spend that shit. So I think everyone knows that the world economy is coming to an end. It's going to crash fairly soon. It's one of the reasons I'm very hot on cryptocurrencies, why I'm invested fully in crypto. I buy crypto every single month. I don't even follow the 90-10 rule that most people say you should follow. 90% in stocks, 10% in crypto. I do it the opposite way. 90% in crypto, 10% in stocks. But okay, never mind. This is not me giving you financial advice. I don't know enough to give you financial advice. But I think most people can feel in their gut something's coming. We don't know exactly what it is because none of us are economists, but we all know that what is currently happening isn't sustainable. The problem with all of these gaming corporations, the Activisions, the EAs, the Ubisofts, they've all built their entire business model in a world where people have money to throw away, right? Yo, bro, I'm watching your videos for like weeks and weeks, and I check them all, but WoW and Final Fantasy must admit that you are best in this. I don't know why, but when you comment with other people or alone, it's same as what I always wanted to say to someone. Of someone will hear what is problem and solve it before it's too late. Johnny, thank you very much. I'd really appreciate that. And thank you for the first time chat, man. Happy to have you here. No, I don't sell. I hodl, Andy. I never sell. Everything I buy, I hodl. I have no interest in short-term gains. No interest in short-term gains. Buddha, how you doing, brother? So all of these companies made their money and their business models based on the assumption that all of us will always have money no matter what, right? So it doesn't actually matter what happens. We're just always going to be able to support their games. That's not going to be true for much longer. See, because all of these games have decided to no longer structure their companies around $60 for the box, and then whatever extra you can make is just nicely extra. If you think about a game like FIFA is a billion-dollar industry, multi-billion-dollar industry, for a single game with a $60 price tag. But the vast majority of money that FIFA makes comes from its ultimate packs. Those ultimate packs aren't going to sell forever, right? There's going to be a point where the vast majority of people aren't going to be able to afford to buy these ultimate packs. And that's where that business model comes crashing down around them, because they've structured their companies around billions and billions of dollars that can be made from fucking all of their players by milking their players, not by increasing their player count, which is how it used to be. If you made a game 20 years ago, you had basically one of two options. Either you make some money on your game and you're happy with whatever little money you make, or you get a lot of people to play your game because it's a good game, and then you make a lot of money, right? That was the only way to make money. People had to buy your game. Nowadays, that's not necessarily required. I don't have to make a FIFA that is played by 10 million people. I just need to make a FIFA that's played by 1 million people who pay for the game as if it's 10 million people that bought it, right? The in-game shop is basically sort of hedging the game against bad game design. Are any of you surprised by the fact that Call of Duty Vanguard and Battlefield 2042 both failed miserably? Both of those games are in a very poor state, fucking miserable, buggy messes, not really that fun. Is anyone really surprised? Because those games were always meant to be yearly releases. They were meant to come out and milk. That's what they do. They milk. They don't have to be good. They just need to milk. The problem is it's not sustainable. At some point, the whole thing breaks down. And this is what's happening now. It's all breaking down. So I believe that the exact thing that led to the incredible success of the AAA industry is also going to lead to its downfall. And that, my friends, makes me very, very fucking happy. The day old Bobby Kotick loses everything and Activision goes down in flames, I will laugh. I'll cry a little because I'll lose a lot of games that I like playing, but I'll also laugh because the fucker deserves it. The fucker deserves it. Because when they had to show moral integrity, they had none. They showed none. So it's going to be nice to see it all crash and burn. The entire downfall of gaming started with Call of Duty. I think it started way earlier than that. D-Rockers, so I think, I'm not sure because I'm not really a big, I'm obviously not a bastion of knowledge about Eastern culture. My ignorance on basically anything that isn't Western culture is astounding. I'm not really into experiencing other cultures. I'm more one of those closed-minded people that goes, this is how we've done it and we will fucking continue doing this forever like this. No, not quite that bad. But I don't really experience other cultures. I'm not opposed to it, but I just don't really put myself in positions where I ever have to. So I don't know much about Eastern culture. But from what I do know, the idea around... No, I don't eat sushi. The idea around respect, specifically in Japanese culture, is very, very great. So I wonder if it's not that respect thing that holds people like Yoshi P back from indulging in that sort of parasitic game design. Want to go on what game, Bentley? Like, congrats, neighbor. How you doing? Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. 727 Project Raid had the full confidence of its audience and they fucked them over. Massey, and do you know why they fucked them over? Do you know why they fucked them over? Like, I don't know. How many of you followed the whole Cyberpunk controversy? Story went to crap because they lost out of ideas. Same as Blizzard. Johnny, yeah. Well, sadly, that's Hollywood in a fucking nutshell. Okay, so I loved Cyberpunk 2077. If you played it on PC, not really that many bugs. Brilliant game. Is it an RPG? No. Is it what we were promised? No, but I still had fun. But the reason they failed is actually incredibly apt. The developers... No. The CEO, right? So the suits promised what the developers could not deliver. And is that not literally the AAA industry motto? The suits crack the whip, and the developers have no ability to reach the goals that the suits place for them. Because that was it. They had this incredible idea for the game that they're going to make, and it's going to be this incredible city with layers and layers and shops everywhere, and it's going to be realistic as fuck. And then the developers were like, how the fuck are we going to build this? There's not a PC alive that can run the game that you guys want to make. Like, we can't build this. Technology is not that good. And they were like, no, we'll build this. And then they had to cut. 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 And then, of course, when it came to the deadline, the developers went to the suits at CD Projekt Red and said, hey, we're not ready. We can't release this game. It's not ready. And the suits said, you will release it because we're done losing money. Game launched, then it was an epic fail. Now, the one nice thing that came out of it, at least they apologized. The CEO of CD Projekt Red stepped up and said, we're sorry. We apologize for the mess that was Cyberpunk 2077. And here's what I want to say. And I think this actually plays into a topic that I wanted to discuss today from the get-go. It's literally one of the topics that I had lined up for today's live stream. Why is it that World of Warcraft Shadowlands failed? We've touched on it a couple of times, but our discussion about CD Projekt Red and the failure of Cyberpunk 2077 feeds perfectly into this topic. Why did Shadowlands fail? Why is it failing still? Now, we could say, Akalon, isn't it obvious? The story is completely fractured. All right. Story have been fractured before. Why didn't it fail then? Wow, Akalon, it was a content drought for like 9 months. Yeah, there's been content droughts before. Do you guys remember the end of Warlords of Draenor? Why did Shadowlands fail? Wow, Akalon, there were some guys who were touching people without their fucking permission. Well, that's sort of been happening for fucking ever, right? Why is Shadowlands failing? One simple reason. And I'll ask chat first. Why is Shadowlands failing? Chat, I'm waiting. Pavebones, no. I asked what type of game is World of Warcraft. why it's failing is a very specific answer and a very specific question. And as I already explained, it actually has nothing to do with quality. It has nothing to do with the content routes. It has nothing to do with the lawsuit. None of that. It has nothing to do with devs being fired either. Shadowlands is failing because of a very specific thing. And I see one person got it right. One person in chat got it right. Rhetorican. Hubris. And not the kind of hubris you would think. Not the kind of hubris you would think. When was it that we learned exactly that there was going to be a 9-month content drought between 9.0 and 9.1? When did we learn about this? A month after 9.0? 2 months after 9.0? 3 months after 9.0? How about 5 months after 9.0? No, 6? 7? 9. 9 months after 9.0, we learned that there would be a 9-month content drought after 9.0. At no point, not a single interview, not a single tweet, not a single anything, did any of the developers at Blizzard Entertainment think, hey, you know, there are players paying for our game. Should we not maybe inform them that there's going to be a 9-month content drought? Should we not maybe tell them? Do they not maybe deserve to know? I'll tell you guys this. I make podcasts for patrons. Every week we do a podcast. Well, mostly every week we do a podcast for Patreon. If the podcast is 1 day late, I make a post explaining to the patrons why it's late. It is coming. You know, we had difficulty with my internet or difficulty with whatever. Or if we can't do the podcast, I let patrons know why. Because patrons spend money supporting the channel. So in my mind, they deserve to know. They deserve to know that, hey, you're going to not get a podcast this week. It's only going to be next week. Right? And here are the reasons. Ian Azikostas and his team didn't even have the decency to go to the player base and say, hey guys, so we know this is your money. We know that you guys are spending your money. There's not going to be any new content for the next 9 months. At least. So if you want to leave now, that's perfectly fine. You know, go play something else. We're working hard, but COVID is interfering. You know, we're behind schedule or whatever. Would it have had backlash? Of course it would have had backlash. Of course there would be players that go, what the fuck? 9 months, go fuck yourself. But I wouldn't have. And I think the vast majority of players wouldn't have. I think the vast majority of player base would have gone, all right, thanks for telling us, dude. Really appreciate that. I'll go play something else, or maybe I'll just stick around. I would probably have stuck around. I've never let my subscription lapse for World of Warcraft. In the entire 15, almost 16 years that I played WoW, I never let my subscription lapse. I always played and paid World of Warcraft. Well, didn't even play. During Mists of Pandaria, I didn't play I played 6 months at the beginning of Mists of Pandaria and then I stopped. I still paid the subscription because I always thought to myself, I'll be back. I'll play again. I'm not going to cancel the subscription. Right? I probably would have kept paying, I just wouldn't have played. Because they told me there's going to be 9 months of no content. Instead, not a word. Not a word. To their mind, my money is their money. They deserve it. They don't have to tell me, hey, you know, sorry, we have nothing new for you. That is why Shadowlands is failing. then no, take care of yourself. That is why Shadowlands is failing. Everything else is simple extrapolation from that. Everything else is simple extrapolation. Because I can show you how almost every mistake of Shadowlands is an extension of hubris. It's Blizzard's refusal to acknowledge that they can make mistakes too. They just will not acknowledge that. To their mind, they don't make mistakes. They don't fuck up. They are better than everyone. I don't see an end to that, because let me show you guys this. Let's do this very quickly. Let's go. Ian, has he cost us? All right. So this is, for those of you that's wondering, this is the lead developer for a gaming company. This is the lead developer of our game. July 20th, December 24, October 29th. That's sort of the most up-to-date tweet from Ian. This is how much Ian thinks the player base has the right to know anything. He's the lead developer for World of Warcraft. He barely speaks to the player base. Not a fucking word. For months, well, almost a month after the lawsuits broke, the news of the lawsuits broke, Ian said nary a word. Actually, he said no words. Not a fucking peep out of Ian. Not condemning the actions of those who've been found guilty, not disagreeing with the victims, nothing. Ian said nothing. He just left it. If you're the CEO, technically in this case, Ian is the CEO of WoW. If you're the CEO of a social game, it's an MMORPG, right? Social is what it's about. And you can't even fucking tweet shit, right? To update your player base. Should you still be the CEO of that company? Well, in this case, the CEO of World of Warcraft. Now, you could say, but listen here, Akalon, Twitter isn't real life. Why should he be on Twitter? Well, because his players are on Twitter. It's one of the best ways to get some information to your player base as quickly as possible. And he doesn't do shit. Where's the tweet that told us, hey guys, we're working on 9.1, but it's going to be a while? Nothing. No tweets. No tweet saying, hey, sorry guys, 9.1 is going to be delayed. We do apologize. None. That is why Shadowlands is failing. That and only that. That is the only reason. Because for Blizzard, the players is just a number. You don't matter. Which is why it pisses me off so much when people defend Blizzard. Because people defend Blizzard more than Blizzard would ever defend you. Communication with him, to be honest, he rarely provides any insight or answers anyway. Andy, but that doesn't matter. You're the lead developer of the fucking video game. You, at the very least, should have been able to say, hey, guys, we're going to be late for 9.1. The very fucking least, you should have been able to say that, right? And there's one, yeah, don't even get me started on the forums. The forums of World of Warcraft may as well not be on Blizzard's website, because there's almost fucking never developers in those forums. Pringles, he won't. That community council is gonna fucking crash and burn. Mark my words. What have you guys heard about the community council? It was announced. We could all sign up. Have you heard anything since? One would think that there's some fire under Blizzard's ass to get this fucking shit rolling. They announced it and then they went, fuck it. They're not even going to do the decent thing of pretending to care enough to implement it. They're just going to fucking they're hoping the players just forget, right? Crash and burn. It's not even going to take off. Dick all after it was announced. Exactly. Breach actually got mad about the council. I agreed with him. It's so dumb. Look, at the end of the day, the council should have been a thing very long ago. The council should never have not been a thing. The issue is that the council used to be a thing, and it crashed and burned. Most of the content creators that used to be part of the council left, because they realized that nothing they say really matters. Blizzard doesn't give a fuck, right? And so they left. They stopped interacting with the councils that used to be a thing. So why exactly is this council going to be any different? I can tell you now, though, if this council takes off, I already know of at least 2 people that will guaranteed be on it. At least 2 content creators that I can almost guarantee you will be on the council. Yeah, lore still works for Blizzard. Taliesin, yes. Taliesin will definitely be on it, and Solso Breezy will definitely be on it. And not because I think they're shills. It's got nothing to do with shilling. It's got to do with how Taliesin and Solso Breezy criticize Blizzard. Both Taliesin and Solso Breezy criticizes Blizzard with kid gloves, right? And I'm not saying that's bad. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Different approaches for different people. I tend to be far more direct. If I don't like you, I call you a cunt, and you know exactly how I feel about you. And if you're offended by that, that's really your fucking problem, right? But Taliesin and Solso Breezy have a far more kid glove approach when it comes to Blizzard. They make sure not to hurt the egos of the developers of Blizzard Entertainment too much. Now, I will say that both Taliesin and Solso Breezy, at least, and this is why I don't call them shills, when it matters, when it really matters, both of them can be very critical of Blizzard Entertainment. If you guys remember during the China stuff, Taliesin did not hold back. He ripped into Blizzard for the China stuff, the Hong Kong stuff. Solso Breezy as well. During that, also ripped into Blizzard quite heavily. With the lawsuits, both of them spoke up very strongly. But I think both Taliesin and Solso Breezy have the right demeanor. The demeanor the Blizzard wants. When it comes to people on the council. I don't know if Bal will be on. He might. Bal might make it on. I'm almost guaranteed I will not be on there ever. Mainly because I've called on numerous occasions multiple developers that work for Blizzard cunts. And I don't take that back. They are. And I'll probably tell them in the fucking forums. Like, you know how people have been saying that the forums should be anonymous? Even if they're anonymous, people will immediately know that it's me writing stuff, because I'll just be like, this is a cunt fucking idea. This is the stupidest fucking idea I've ever heard in my life. Don't do this. So everyone will immediately know. Digit, how you doing, brother? is anti-capitalist though. It has changed slightly. It is telling. Asmongold won't be there. Blizzard hate him. Yeah, Asmongold will probably not be there either. I can almost guarantee you that I don't think... Like, the only way Asmon would be on there is if his size alone means that Blizzard is kind of scared not to have him on there. Because if he's not on there, most people would go, oh, fuck the council. It's clear that you didn't want real voices on there. So Blizzard might be afraid of saving face or try to save face by putting Asmongold in there. I don't have the audience, so I'm almost definitely not going to be on there. Geja, I don't judge you. I'm still happy to have you here. But if they bring Asmongold just to have their enemies closer? I don't think they would. I don't think they would. I would have to be honest with you. Even if they did approach me, I don't know if I would even accept it. Because, I don't know, there's a part of me that just thinks, what's it gonna change? Like, I genuinely want to know, even if I'm on there, what's gonna change? Yeah, I'm gonna say I don't agree with this, like I did before. You know, with BFA, I made so many videos saying, hey, the Azerite traits and Azerite armor isn't working, and it got ignored. With Shadowlands, I said that Torghast was good, and then they changed it, and I said, now it's not good. They didn't listen. So why would I want to go to forums, right? Just to be ignored. I may as well just keep making videos then and get ignored the fucking old-fashioned way, right? If it actually happens, it will be because some other shit came up in media. Shield to all involved in Community Council. May you return intact. Yeah. 10.0 will be a Final Fantasy clone. They already took many features for 9.2, like the fact that you can get tier sets from any activity. DPT, thank you for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Would it be so bad if 10.0 was a bit of a Final Fantasy clone? So here's what I don't get, right? I see this quite often, especially on Twitter. There's a lot of people that really get annoyed at Blizzard borrowing things from Final Fantasy. And the reason this sort of baffles me is you do know that's nothing new, right? Like, you do realize that that's nothing new. World of Warcraft has always borrowed things from other games. Like, always. This is not like a crazy new thing and oh my god, what is Blizzard doing? They've always borrowed from other games and they've improved on the things that they borrow and then they release them as if it's their own. I would go so far as to say that Final Fantasy is very much a clone of Cataclysm. If you play ARR, it sort of changes towards the later expansions from what I'm told, but ARR specifically is very, very Cataclysm inspired. We have to start asking ourselves, how many new ideas can you reasonably come up with? Like, think about this. How many ideas are there still in the video game industry that no one has ever tried? It would probably take you forever to think of a specific idea. Somewhere out there, there's almost guaranteed to have been a game that tried that thing, right? Already implemented that thing. I don't think it's wrong to borrow from others and then improve upon the idea. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think if you're blatantly ripping someone off, so if you're blatantly just taking their thing and slapping it into your game, that's a bad thing. But that also never really works. The vast majority of games that do that don't work. You can't just make an exact copy of a thing and not have the player base go, what the fuck? This is an original. This is exactly the same thing as the other game. I may as well just go play the other game, right? For me personally, I don't think Blizzard could go wrong with borrowing from Final Fantasy. Because right now, I think Final Fantasy is doing the vast majority of things right. It's doing what it needs to do, and it's doing it well. Blizzard can copy that and just change it slightly. Just make small adjustments to the story, and things should be fine. I don't necessarily see why people are so upset about Blizzard's approach. It makes no sense to me. Because they've done it before. It's not like this is anything new. Plus, and I think that I should actually have led with this in this discussion. Why would you care if it makes the game better? Like, if they borrow from Final Fantasy, if it makes the game better, why would you care? It means you have a better game. It means the game is more fun. Now, sure, you could say, well, but if you just think about small things like World of Warcraft's class design, anything that Blizzard borrows from Final Fantasy will almost never be like it is in Final Fantasy, purely down to the fact that Blizzard's class design is different. So it's almost always going to feel different, no matter what you do, right? The aesthetic and the feel for Blizzard is different. World of Warcraft doesn't feel like Final Fantasy. So even if they borrowed from Final Fantasy, it would still feel different because it would still have to be adapted to work in the World of Warcraft universe. If there's one thing Blizzard could probably really borrow from Final Fantasy, it's the fact that the developers don't grab ass at work. I think most of us would agree that would be a very good thing. They could maybe start with that one. Like, borrow that first. The idea that when you see someone standing there, their ass is not yours to grab. That's a good thing to borrow right there. Like, you can start with that and then work your way down the list of other things to fucking borrow. But innovation is innovation, in my mind, is very rarely coming up with something new and almost always coming up with something different. It's similar, but different. You've just changed it slightly. Think about cars. How many cars are on the market that is actually brand new? Like, does something that no one else fucking does? How many cars are there on the market that does that? Johnny, I don't think they do nearly as much as well. As Blizzard, at least. Rebelma, why? Rizla, how you doing, brother? Maybe, but they do 100%. Almost every car is an exact ripoff of every other car, right? It just looks different on the outside, and the way they implement the technology is slightly different, but it's still the same car, right? At the end of the day, there's no real difference. They all have the same technology, just utilized slightly differently. That's innovation, right? At least that's as much innovation as we mostly get. And I don't see that as necessarily a horrible or a bad thing or a thing that shouldn't happen. If WoW can borrow things from Final Fantasy that makes it better, why not? Because you know what that means, right? Final Fantasy can then go to Blizzard, next expansion, look at what Blizzard did with their stuff and go, oh my god, We never even thought of this. Let's borrow this again. Let's re-borrow our system and now make it even better. At the end of the day, it's just us that win. It's just the player that wins, and why wouldn't you want to fucking win? It feels to me like there's so many people who want to cut off their nose to spite their face. Like, so many people are just like, no, Blizzard will not fucking borrow shit from Final Fantasy. If I'm going to play a game and it's shit, it's going to be originally shit. And then why the fuck would you want that? Like, if borrowing from it is just going to make the game better, why would you want to keep the game shit just so that it doesn't borrow from another game? You know? It makes no sense. It's just weird to me that there are people who just refuse to take anything into consideration that isn't completely original. As if there is any such thing as completely fucking original in the video game industry. How can I like Final Fantasy? What is the best thing you like in Final Fantasy? Chocobo racing. It's all about the Chocobo racing, bro. Like, there's a bunch of shit that's really cool in Final Fantasy. The story is amazing. The gameplay is amazing. Once you get past, like, the first 40 levels, the gameplay really fucking gets fun. The game is absolutely bonkers, but Chocobo racing is where it's at. I haven't fished yet, so I have no idea. Massey, that's not true. You can't do just about anything. Because you're still limited by what people find fun and what people don't find fun. There was a storyteller years ago that came up with, sort of analyzed every single story. A good example. Take romantic comedies. How many romantic comedies runs on exactly the same plot? And yet some of them are better than others. You get romantic comedies that, like, if you've seen one romantic comedy, you've basically seen all of them based on the plot. Like, you know, ahead of time, the guy's going to meet the girl is going to like the guy, then the girl's going to start liking the guy, but the guy's not really going to be ready for the girl, and then eventually they're going to end up together, right? That's sort of the variation of almost every single fucking plot for romantic comedies. Yet we still like them. There are plenty of romantic comedies that is really, really fucking good. Why? Why is it that almost every single romantic comedy works that way? Because it's what sells. They've tried different types of romantic comedies. They don't sell. People don't care. You are limited by people. You see, the mind, I think there's something like 9 different plots that you can use for movies. Anything else doesn't work. Every single movie in the world fits one of the 9 plots. These are called, I think it's called prime plots. Every single movie, no matter what the movie is, every single one of those movies fits into one of those 9 plots. You can't go outside of those 9 plots. They've done the experiments. They've done the tests. They don't work. People just don't accept that plot as plausible. The mind rejects it. The people don't like the movie. That's just how it is. So even in video games where you're not limited by physical technology. Rock and Dave, thank you much for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Even in video games where you're not limited technically by modern technology, even though you still are, you're limited by what people find fun. And there is only so much that people find fun. And if you try to paint outside the lines of what is fun, people will just not rotate towards it. They will just not play it because they don't find that fun. For example, Arcane, it's just Lion King. If Simba was raised by Scar and became crazy, true. Jay the Wraith Online, who connects stuff. Recipe is Chef's Kiss. I don't know what that is. Meets, they date, they fight and split. Dude grows and wins her back. The end. Every plot. And yet we still watch romantic comedies and we still find them good. Blasphemous Cow, you motherfucker. Thank you very much for the 5 community subs, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. SMB, and if nothing but good things to say about that X-Pack, I'm sure I'm going to love it too. I'm sure I'm going to love it too. So, feeling very blessed to be here this morning after my rake yesterday afternoon. It's a true miracle it wasn't worse. Oh shit, I forgive one. Are you okay at least? Blasphemous Cow, and I will take that redistributed wealth and spend it wisely. I say wisely, I'm going to buy a mic and a webcam. I'm going to start an OnlyFans. No, I'm not. Ruben, I really want to know if people what? Hey, we'll get back into the game as soon as the queues are better. Camera, you look like a tomato. Yeah, I know the fucking thing makes it red. I don't know how to change it. I don't know why it's doing the red hue. I'll figure it out, people. I'll figure it out. I think some of it has to do with just the incredible amount of light that's flooding in to the back of the room, making it near impossible for the camera to find any sort of balance. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to fucking play with the camera, see how to fix it. Sky Tides, how you doing? But lucky, when we hydroplane on Insta, we didn't flip or hit anyone, just a few trees. I'm fucking glad you're okay. Rock Ratman, happy holidays to you as well. Pokey, how you doing, bro? See you well. I'm moving to Cape Town. I'm back to the streams and YouTube content in a few months. Do you still make the show shows? Yes, the show will be back this Sunday. We'll be back with the show this Sunday. It's fine right now. Man, it's just mad people. No, I genuinely don't know what the fuck's wrong with the camera. It shouldn't be any different. I've made no changes whatsoever. I'm so jealous you have a beach to go to. Honestly, it's so fucking good. The beach is just so fucking good. We've already been looking at stuff to add. You're not top tier. No. Are you telling me that I don't have 100,000 viewers? I don't even know. Based, what the fuck are you saying? Lighting is a bit different. Yeah, but the camera was really never set up to fit the light. It was just set up to show a picture. I didn't change the ISO that much at the previous location. As far as the story is amazing. Have you been to the... No, I've not been to the waterfront yet, CCS. We've only been here for like a weekend. Still have to work on a lot of shit before I can get there. But yeah, I should be able to get there. A drip for what, Based? A drip for what? I heard, Theseus. The waterfront will probably... I don't think I'll go to the waterfront. It's not top priority for me, but it's definitely on the list. Lots more backlighting than before. Yeah, so I need to figure out why... What to do with the backlighting. Just safety reasons or law that every house has bars and windows? You been in Echo? No, it's safety reasons. There's no law that says you have to have it. Zix, thanks for the 100 bits, dude.
Have a lore question that I wanted to ask these days while you were moving. Did you still think that domination is the magic of the first ones? Why do we not see them in the Sepulchre and in Zerith Mortis?
Zix, I'll answer your question in a bit. Drip is Gucci, Nike. Babe, gyms are expensive clothes. How do you know what drip means? Why would I know what drip means? A drip is a thing that you fucking apply to yourself to put liquid into your veins. Or it's a tap that drips. Based on the English that you're using, I'm going to suggest that you want to know what kind of clothes I wear. Whatever. I don't give a fuck. what brand is on my clothes. All right, Based. Take care of yourself, bro. You keep giving money to those corporations that tell you that their clothes is the best. Zofia, thanks for the 5 community subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, give me some love and chat for Blasphemous and Zofia for the community subs. Good morning to you, Zofia. Happy to have you here. Based is trying to insult you? I think so too. I think Based is trying to insult me. The problem is that it won't work because I genuinely... So here's the thing. I judge people that wear labeled or sort of branded clothes quite harshly, actually. Because I think you're a moron if you wear branded clothes. Because you've basically been led to believe that the clothes you wear is better than any other clothes, even though the clothes you wear is literally just to keep you from not being naked. I think you overspend by a couple of $100s on clothes that isn't necessary. It's a waste of money. Have you ever noticed that the poorest people in the world are also the people that wear the nicest fucking clothes? That's because they don't know what the fuck they're doing and they're wasting their money on things that won't make them more money. If you really want to know where I spend my money, I buy cheap shirts and then I take the difference and I spend that on crypto. Because that's going to make me more money. It's not going to make me fucking look good, but hey, I wouldn't care about looking good if I can retire at the age of 50. The fuck about things like that? Oh yeah, I could not care less what I dress as. I only wear clothes so I'm not naked because I don't think anyone wants to see me naked. For Akko branded clothes, boys. Yeah, I do have my own clothes that you can buy. Part of the Cool Kids Club. Cyrodiil, no. Not yet, but I've not really spent nearly enough time researching crypto to know where to buy what and exactly how to get into the tier 2 stuff. So far, I've only recently started playing around with liquidity, providing liquidity, which is really interesting to me. CC is still the same as ever. MILC. Pango. Hey, Mama Ma'am, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Avgivon, he is probably just trolling. The problem is he's trolling the wrong way. Fun to hear you're into crypto regardless. Oh yeah, I'm a huge crypto fan. I believe that crypto is going to free humanity. They think I agree. Finally, you say something sensible. I look emo. Okay. Like Savannah's freed us? Better, actually. I think crypto is going to be the end of the big banks. And anything that can end the big banks, I'm okay with. Big banks, big corporations, they all go fuck themselves. Huge fan of that. I've also recently been looking into NFT gaming, but not to play, to farm, basically. So my brother and I are looking into buying nodes. Alex on fire. Wrong about what? Mechanical monarchy. Zig, go fuck yourself with your mechanical monarchy. We don't want the arbiter. Wait, are you making Base? Did you just make a fat joke? Hold up, I need to say, I think Base just made a fat joke. You look emo because you look sad, so you should work at Hot Topic because you look emo. The fuck is Hot Topic? That would have been funnier if you said you should work out so you can smile more. But anyways, I thought you were going to do a fat joke. You've missed the fucking golden opportunity there, bro. Think those games are very dumb, like Earth 2 is not even a game. Yeah, but it's not about the fucking... I don't care about the game. I care about the money that you can make on the game. Our topic is a clothes store. I've never seen it. Is that like Sex Machines lead? Imagine using nothing but text speak in an era with AI algorithms that literally spell shit for you. Who uses what? I'm not following. Anyway, Zigzix asked the question here. I have a lore question that I wanted to ask. These days, while you were moving, do you still think that domination is the magic of the first ones? Why do we not see them in the Sepulchre and in Zereth Mortis? Let me go pee and then I'll answer that. Let me just go pee quickly. Then I'll give you an answer to that question. All right, back. Sorry about that. Can also be a slot for sigil. If he puts a sigil into that glory hall, the wall turns into an eternal one. What the fuck is going on with chat? Standard. Wait, why is everyone so? How many people have questions about the bars in front of my windows? The mic can't be muted. Oh, it just what the fuck? I didn't mute shit. So how many people have questions about the bars in front of my windows? JC Gorilla, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Hey, poop conversations are the best conversations. The girl's out, right? Alex, if I don't put the bars there, my house will be filled with boobies, bro. Gotta keep the girls out, bro. Bitches be crazy. Seen bars like those? Typically, bars here in the States means you live in a bad neighborhood. All right. Okay. So, the entirety of the house has these bars in front of it. Literally, the whole house. It's commonly referred to as burglar bars, I suppose. Spelled that. So, well, I'm surprised. Jessica Redo, good morning to you. I'd say it's absolutely standard in South Africa. It's 100% standard. I don't think there's an incredible amount of houses that you'd find in South Africa that doesn't have bars in front of the windows. Even in like proper security villages, you'll still have bars in front of the windows. It's to keep bad people out. It's literally, well, actually, it doesn't keep them out. They can get in still, but it's to make it so that they have to make a lot of noise in order to get in so that you can wake up and shoot them. That's basically the deal with burglar bars, but it is on every single house. Doesn't matter how good your neighborhood is, you're going to want to have this. We leave our doors unlocked. Ascension, I would never leave my door unlocked. In a fucking million years, I wouldn't leave my door unlocked. I mean, I have the same thing in front of the front door. There's a metal door there as well. It's just, I don't know. It's just normal. It's just what we do. I don't know why are people so surprised by it? You have the wrong South Africa, part of Africa there, JC. So the part of South Africa that you want of Africa would be North Africa, central to North Africa, would be where French is mainly spoken. South Africa is mainly German, Dutch, and a little bit of French, but only an influence. So there's French influence in our language, but it's nowhere near French. One of the places I worked, we removed the bars in the morning to be able to open the windows, and when we left, we put them back. That's weird. I live in the Netherlands, by the way. Then you and I would be able to understand each other perfectly. Flemish is like, sounds Afrikaans to me. Never see it here unless you live in Murder Town. You guys you should count yourselves lucky. Who is it? So, I'm assuming you're asking how is it? Because we would say who is it of who gaan dit. Eerder as om te sê hoe is het. Het gaan goed, Thunder. Het gaan baie goed. Dankie. Hoe gaan het met jou? I'm not surprised, but I'm Brazilian. Well, never would leave my door unlocked too. Dutch is a bit more difficult. Dutch can be weird. Like, definitely can be very weird. For example, that would be who is het would be weird for me. Like, if I heard you say it, I would probably have to do like a double take and be like, what? As the Cape Chief, Zantorial fucking loving it in Cape Town. Is it normal for houses I think to have bars for the windows? Yes. Yes, very normal. Very, very normal. That's your boss man. In Aussie English, we have some Neanderthal influence. Door unlocked. You're in the southern state. I also have cameras and security system. Yeah, we have cameras outside. Like the whole outside, like the whole street is filled with fucking cameras. Yes, we have bars on the doors as well. All right, how many questions do we have about South Africa? Everyone, get your South African questions out right now. Let's do this. Don't to hurt anyone here. I am very annoyed these days watching many negative comments from Final Fantasy players about WoW, and they never ever played that game before. I tried Final Fantasy, didn't like it, but I don't trash on that game. Hard to believe they are not toxic because I see their comments on YouTube, Twitch, and they seem toxic. I feel like they can't be rude or toxic in their game because they get banned. I feel like they don't have freedom of speech in games, so they do that on social media. Most of the people I've heard that trash World of Warcraft are ex-players. Thunder, that's perfectly fine. What is South Africa? CCS, you live here? No. Yeah, you'd be a moron if you had a hyena as a pet. You'd be a fucking moron. Building glass shots do actual metal spikes connected to electric currents, but the glasses are my favorite. Makes a pretty shine on the sunlight. We have electric fencing as well here. Security complex has a few issues with spiders. Really, Cesius? Is all of Africa like the Hotel Rwanda movie? No. No. We are all former WoW players or current WoW players. If you played WoW and you actually could go past the sunk cost and leave it, you will 100% shit talk it. I've seen some the Antwoord vids. Okay, so when you see videos and stuff of South Africa, it's almost never a good representation of what South Africa is. Almost never. South Africa is not what people sort of want to pretend it is. Let me see if I can... specifically from the Antwoord. Like, Jesus. The Antwoord is not what I would consider to be the authority on... Leon Schuster. It's hilarious that you still take me serious. Of course I am, Alex. I will always take you seriously. Australia's full of spiders, I think. Yeah, Australia has too many fucking spiders. Dutch ships who were stranded. There's 15th century. I don't like the Antwoord. I want to show you guys... I want to see if I can find the video of it. Not sure if I'll be able to. Hold up. I'm looking for the video now. No, where the fuck is it? Oh, it's on... never mind. It's on the other one. Oh my god. There's a lot of videos. Jesus. I'm looking. Give me a moment. I want to show you guys as I drove into Cape Town, because I actually recorded that shit. It was fucking gorgeous. Where the fuck is this footage? No, you bastard. Don't tell me you lost that footage. I will be so pissed. How is this possible? Where the fuck? Oh, I think I know what happened. Hold up. I need to find, is it this? No. God damn it, people. All right, I think I found it. I think I found it. Fuck. No, wait. Did I? Where the fuck was that? Okay, this was 32, so I need 31. There we go. Alright, let me show you guys this. This is coming into Cape Town. Like, driving into Cape Town. You just make with all these fucking vineyards, dude. Just vineyards as far as the fucking eye can see, dude. Many, many vineyards. It's insane. Riverma, thank you for the $5 tip. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I wonder if I can see the tunnel. Where did we go through the tunnel? It was like a fucking massive tunnel, dude. Next. Plus, this was the whole road, by the way. The whole fucking way, dude, on this 2 single roads. It was the worst drive of my life, bro. I complained so much about this drive down. You've no idea. I complained so much. You can't overtake anyone. Just these single roads with trucks fucking everywhere. I mean, look at that. This is how your mate driving into the Western Cape. This is how you fucking, this is how your mate. This is the scenery that you drive through coming into the Western Cape. Not this portion of the road, Zandral. It had no passing lanes. You can see here it opens up finally. Here it finally gets 2-lane. It finally becomes a 2-lane. I want to see now. I think we enter into... There we go. Into the tunnel. This is a 4-kilometer fucking tunnel, dude. 4 kilometers. You just fucking chill inside this tunnel. But it is fucking gorgeous, dude. Like, being made by this for the first time was so incredible. Yeah, we drive on the left side. It's just so incredible. Look at that. Yeah, if you drive on that side of the road, you're gonna get some fucking hit traffic. I would not suggest it. Come back, how's the adventure? Chi-Chi, how you doing? Very good, thank you. I'm just showing people the drive down videos. Yeah, we got that from Britain. I was in a tunnel and I always get a bit freaked driving through it. I'm trying to see now. I also recorded getting to the ocean for the first time. Like seeing the ocean for the first time. Just saw your video on Reputation Grinds. I hate Rip Farm. I think that when you go to a place, save a population from slavery, help rebuild a city, and kill the guy's enemies, you should automatically be exalted. I couldn't agree more. I could not fucking agree more. Absolutely agreed. This tiny cars. Bro, this is where it gets busy. Like, this is where the road got really fucking busy. But if I'm not mistaken, I did record... So this, by the way, is time-lapsed. That's why it looks so quick. This is time-lapsed. This is not an actual recording of the drive. This is all time-lapsed. Kidding, when you were talking with Gang on how beautiful your new place is. It's surreal. It is absolutely surreal. You can see by how fast the clouds move. This is time-lapsed. I think this is our new... I think we're in our town now. I think so. No, we would... Here's the ocean, by the way. There you go. I have some videos of me. There we go. Oh yeah, wait, that was the wrong one. No, let's start from scratch. I'll get Alex to edit this. We'll do a vlog soon. We'll do a vlog. No, that's not Blauberg. That's the Strand. That's literally Strand. That is a gorgeous view. Bro, you have no fucking idea. You have no idea. The views are insane. It's absolutely breathtaking. Let me see if I can show you guys quickly this view. I just need to get on WhatsApp here. I want to show you guys these 2 pictures that I took. yesterday. I showed you guys at the beginning of the stream, but I didn't show you the whole of it. I took 2 pictures, which was just absolutely phenomenal. We drove up this mountainside. Like up the mountain, there's this, it's like fucking massive mountain. And you go up, as you go up it, you can see, like, you look over the entirety of False Bay. It's absolutely phenomenal. Just looking quickly for those pictures. Where the fuck did I take those pictures? Here we go. All right, let me show you guys. So here's False Bay. And the clouds constantly. There's the water plant over there. If you keep driving up, that's the water plant there. Here's the other picture I took. We're over there. So on this picture that you can see, we're over there. That's where we live. So we drove from this area here. We drove all along this fucking road. And that road keeps going past and then it goes up the fucking mountain. Just absolutely gorgeous, dude. Like, so fucking beautiful here. I genuinely don't know. I'm trying to see if there's other... Oh, this is the beach. So this is the beach at my house. This is the beach that we go to every night. Now, this isn't the swim part of the beach. So you kind of have to go left. You have to walk left or right as you're looking at it. But you have to walk right to get to the swimming beach. This is sort of like, it's a massive amount of rocks that just form these little pools. And then you have fishermen that come to these pools and then they throw into the ocean. Oh yeah, we've got a beach. Got a beach, yep. But it is just fucking amazing. See my office right there? Oh yeah. Man, I'm it's a blessing to say the least. It is a blessing. Like when I walk along the beach in the evening, I just keep wondering, like, how am I this fucking lucky? Because I can't tell you guys, you can have the worst possible day ever, right? You can have this horrible day that's just going completely fucking, everything's going wrong. It's a shit show. And then you go to the beach and it all just clears up. Like your mind just completely clears itself and just like, doesn't even matter. It's all good. Ace, the move was definitely a brilliant idea. And I can't wait because I'm vlogging everything, by the way. I'm vlogging everything that we do. Whenever I go anywhere, I take my GoPros with me and I just vlog the whole thing. So Alex is busy editing all that shit, which will go up. Patrons will basically see content every single day almost. Like patrons will get a crap ton of fucking content. And then once a month on YouTube, we'll do like a collection of some of the sort of highlights of the month of things that we did. That will go there. So every Saturday, we're just going to take the car and drive to either a wine tasting or a fucking secret beach or whatever and just go hang out and just record the whole process of going there. So I've sort of, the reason I decided to vlog everything is so that I don't fall right back into my bad habits, right? Because the worst thing I do is I like being at home. I like staying in home, right? I don't necessarily like going outside. So if I don't force myself to do stuff that like vlogging, I'll just end up literally not even seeing the outside of Cape Town. I'll just stay inside my house the whole day and stream and play video games, which I don't think is healthy. I don't think it's healthy at all. So I signed up for boxing. I had my first boxing lesson last week. It was fucking hell. So I'm doing all sorts of crazy shit now. The boxing was hell, bro. I'm still sore. I've never had a moment where I thought my arms were gonna fall off until then. And the fucking coach kept going, keep your hands up, keep your hands up. I'm like, bro, I fucking can't keep my hands up. Shut the fuck up. Let them just hang. They're tired. He's like, they're gonna punch you. Keep your hands up. I'm like, I don't give a fuck, bro. I can't. It's too sore. So yeah, unboxing. My brother does that and loves it. I really enjoyed it, but I'm sort of torn at karate. But I didn't do it since 2010. Do you guys have cups and glasses yet? Yes, I have a cup. I have a coffee mug over here, and then I've got a cup for my Pepsi Max. But I find it easier to just drink out of the bottle. But it's not proper boxing. So I am torn between doing boxing or CrossFit. Because it's actually, they call it box fit. I don't know if you guys know what the fuck that is. But it's called box fit. Where you do boxing, but it's sort of fitness and boxing. And so I've been thinking maybe I should just do CrossFit instead. And then once I'm fit enough, I go join a proper boxing gym, right? And then start boxing for realsies. Pepsi is not puke-inducing. Pepsi is fucking amazing. All right, on to Zigzig's question. I sort of almost forgot. Zigzig, I do apologize for that one. Have a lore question that I wanted to ask. These days, while you were moving, do you think that domination is magic of the first ones? No. So I've changed my mind on that. Remember when we first started to argue or first started to speculate on domination magic, we had nothing to go on, right? All we knew was that domination magic was used to imprison Zuval. We knew nothing else. Since then, of course, we've learned a lot, and turns out I was wrong. Domination magic is actually something that was dreamt up by the Primus. He's the guy who created domination magic. So I no longer think that domination magic is of the first ones. In fact, I think if the first ones still were around, which of course is a whole different topic for speculation that I don't even know where to begin, where are the first ones now? They seem to have left us as Zereth Mortis. We also have evidence to suggest that there are multiple Zereth Mortises out there. So there's not just one Zereth Mortis, there's plenty. But where are they, right? Where are these primals? Where are these first ones now? What exactly is Zereth Mortis? Considering Zereth Mortis has changed our entire principle of everything that we knew. So, for example, we now know that the Eternal Ones, and most likely by extension the Titans, aren't original in any way, shape, or form. They're not original. They're basically the result of continuous experimentation until the perfect specimen presented itself. Because we know that there is a failed pantheon of death in Zereth Mortis. One who wasn't good enough to become the pantheon. So the question becomes, to my mind at least, I have sort of two questions about this. And I'll pose the questions to you guys and then you can sort of make up your mind. Because this means one of two things. It means that the Eternal Ones were created in their entirety by the first ones, right? Or it means that the first ones created or recreated the Eternal Ones based on beings that they already encountered. So is it possible that the Eternal Ones and the Titans that we see now are beings that have always been there? The first ones saw these beings, weren't necessarily sure if they could make these beings fall in line and therefore sort of try to recreate these beings as constructs. I don't necessarily know. I do know that it sort of waters down a lot of what we know about the Titans, because we know that the Titans had their own constructs that they built in order to do the jobs that they didn't wish to do. So now we have constructs all the way down, right? Just many, many, many layers of constructs, because it turns out the first ones on the Titans are constructs themselves. But that then also sort of defeats the whole story of how the Titans were born. Because the Titans claimed that they were born inside planets. But that would mean that they weren't really born inside planets. Instead, now I can 100% state with absolute certainty, Zereth Mortis answers once and for all the questions about where life in the universe came from. Remember what the Titan said? The Titan said that at first there was an ocean of light, and the ocean of light exploded outwards, and everything was created in its wake. When you go to Zereth Mortis, what do you see? An ocean of light. It's what you see. Before you enter Zereth Mortis, you're running inside an ocean of light. You run on water, the water that you can walk on, but all around you, it's just light. So the Titans technically weren't wrong. It proves, as far as I'm concerned, that even our reality came from within a Mortis kind of place, right? Whatever it is, a Zereth or a Mortis kind of place. That would make sense, I believe. So, yeah, I think ours is called Zereth Vitae, which is the realm of life, right? So, if all of this comes from these Zereth places, then first and foremost, why did the first ones build these Zereth realms? And more importantly, where are the first ones now? And then I think we get to an even bigger question. Zuval going to Zereth Mortis to end all life, or to at least dominate all life, becomes an even bigger question of, can Zuval actually do that simply through Zereth Mortis? If there are, in fact, Zereth realms for every single one of the cosmological forces, including the cosmological force of reality, then wouldn't he need every single one of these Zereth realms in order to ultimately dominate the universe? Or is it sort of a one-fits-all kind of thing? So if you do the domination thing in one, it will automatically do the domination thing in all the others. It's very confusing, all right? Very, very confusing. The domination magic gets even more fucking confusing when you start throwing things in, like the Crown of Wolves, right? Which is being brought back by Blizzard Entertainment. Alright, so the Crown of Wolves, for those of you that don't know, the Crown of Wolves is... I'll just show you. It's easier to fucking show you than to explain. Behold the Crown of Wolves. That which sought to bind us will be made anew, imbued with the strength of those who defied domination. Right? And then, of course, you have the description. Mokthal and his ogre warband was sent to Alterac to retrieve the Crown of Wool for Lady Sylvanas. Unfortunately, instead of returning it, the idiot decided to try it on. I suppose ogres can't resist anything bright and shiny. His bumbling actions have become something of a problem either. The Crown of Wool enabled him to resist the possession placed upon him to serve Lady Sylvanas. Alright, I want to ask, what the hell is this? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. It doesn't feel like it feels like there was better ways to do this. I'm not saying that this is the wrong way. The Crown of Wolves could probably do this. And the Crown of Wolves, sure. But it's just so fucking confusing. It's just so confusing. Everything is so confusing. And then, of course, we keep going to... where's that Bolvar lines? This one we've gone through. I can't remember where the Bolvar lines are. I did pull them up, but now... Because Bolvar at one point explains how things can't fucking... so I'll just tell you guys. I can't find it now. Kritten, how you doing, brother? So Bolvar basically tells us that Zuval have been destroyed, right? Not even defeated. Fucking destroyed, right? He's been destroyed. Which... kind of proves that the whole of Shadowlands was a waste of time. All of these villains and heroes that's been introduced in the Shadowlands is literally being retired in the Shadowlands. So we're not even getting the opportunity to... how do I put it? We're not even getting the opportunity to fix these stories, if that makes sense. Like, these stories aren't even getting the opportunity to be fixed, to feel better. They're just sort of left now. That's it. We're going to end the story and then we're going to move on to something new. It's like, why then did you have these characters in the first place? This seems like an awful lot of work to introduce a character so big that you're literally going to end in a single expansion. I mean, this is bigger than Argus. And I'll be honest with you, Argus pissed me off. Like, crazy pissed me off. This seemingly new Titan that we never learned anything about was introduced into a single patch and then removed from the game. Then we get the Jailer, which is arguably much, much more important than Argus. Much, much more important than Argus. The Jailer gets a single expansion. That's it. And in that expansion, they don't even really execute on the story of the Jailer. Things just seem to go from bad to worse with the Danuser at the helm. I mean, we've discussed this at length, so I'm not going to get it back into it. I'll just say this, to answer your questions, XX, in a very roundabout way. God knows at this point what's going on. I'm very confused. I'll be honest. I'm very, very confused. There's much of the story that I can't even speculate on because I genuinely don't know. I genuinely have no idea. Because none of it makes sense. Like, half of the story seems so fucking grab-assed out of nowhere. It feels like they just needed a way to end the story, and this was the best way they could do it. This was the absolute best way that they could do it. I don't know. I'm not convinced that I'm happy. Let's just say that. An Eternals movie poster to say 9.2, Steve Danuser's The Eternals. Almost fell out of my recliner. Thing is, keeping a giant roster of great important characters is in fact a difficult task, but we're talking about a whole company here, and they seem to not even try to keep them characters relevant, and that fucking sucks. JC, true. I mean, look, if you find it difficult to maintain a specific roster of characters, then don't introduce new fucking characters to the roster. Finish the stories of the characters that is already there. Ferrarotti, so, okay, that's actually a very good question. What do I prefer? Straightforward lore like Final Fantasy or hidden lore like WoW? So, one of the biggest misconceptions about Final Fantasy is that its lore is straightforward. The lore in Final Fantasy is anything but straightforward. The lore is incredibly complex. The way they tell the story, though, is simplistic. It has a good amount of twists and turns to keep you on your feet, to keep you on your toes, to make you guess. There's a lot of times, for example, I just finished the ARR story, and if you gave me 1,000 guesses, I would not have guessed that that would have been the end of ARR. For 1,000 guesses, I would not have guessed that that would be the end of the story. So, yes, the story is more simplistic to follow, but along the way, it creates an incredible amount of intrigue with the story. The way they handle the characters, and specifically one of the things that I think Final Fantasy does better than World of Warcraft, and actually better than most RPGs on the market, is time to solutions. To explain this, a problem arises, how much time follows before a solution to the problem is found? In World of Warcraft, almost every problem presents a solution within one or two quests, right? Think about your leveling experience. Whenever you're leveling, there's a problem with a cave. You go to the cave, you kill the things, the problem is done. There's no real investigations. There's no real time lapse between a problem arising and a solution presenting itself. Problems and solutions are almost always presented immediately. The only time there's any sort of time that passes between problem and solution in World of Warcraft is when the problem is an expansion level problem. So the problem is only gonna be solved by the end of the expansion, in which case we ignore the problem until we get to the end of the expansion and we take care of the problem. With Final Fantasy, there's sort of more of a build-up to problems. When a problem arises, there's a time in which a solution is looked for, and you as the player need to find the solution. And they do an incredible sort of job of what I call the useful idiot. Now, the useful idiot is a story technique. It's a technique mostly implemented in non-RPG games, so games where you can't really make choices. The useful idiot is the character in Final Fantasy. You, the character, the one that's playing. You're an idiot because you don't actually know what the solutions or choices are that needs to be made in order to bring things to its end, right? You're useful because you are the one who can gather information that informs the decisions of those around you to make the decisions that will bring the problem to an end. And Final Fantasy employs this rather well, this useful idiot strategy, where you almost feel like you're part of the solution, mainly because you found the problems, or you found the information that led to the solution, even though you're not physically the one coming up with the solution or making the decision to solve the solution. But solutions can take a while in Final Fantasy to present itself and to actually bring a resolution to the problem at hand. Which I think Final Fantasy does amazingly well. It utilizes that time so that it feels optimal. Sometimes feels a little bit draggy, but most of the time feels good. World of Warcraft, on the other hand, to answer your question, do I prefer straightforward lore or straightforward simple lore as in Final Fantasy, or 5.8 lore as in WoW? I prefer to know what the fuck is going on. Because I love it how people comment on my YouTube videos and say, oh my god, some of the best fucking stories, you don't know who the protagonist or antagonist is until much later on. Yeah, but that's a whole different kind of story. When you're reading a detective novel, you expect not to know who the antagonist is until the very end. That's not to say that that is in any way, shape, or form comparable to what World of Warcraft has done. There's no secret that Zuval is the bad guy. The secret is why Zuval is the fucking bad guy. And that's just bad storytelling, right? No one is guessing here who the bad guy of the Shadowlands is. Everyone knows that Steve Denuza really wants us to hate Zuval. The problem is that the vast majority of us are sitting there going, why? Why should I hate this guy? I don't understand. So, it's sort of moronic to me when people go, the base fucking stories are all stories that you don't know who the antagonist. That would be a different story. If we entered the Shadowlands and we had no clue who the bad guy was, no one told us that it was Zuval, and we sort of were presented with all of these Eternal Ones, and out of all of these Eternal Ones, we kind of had to figure out who was the bad guy and who was the good guy, that would be different. Zuval is literally Lucifer from the Children's Bible. He's presented as Lucifer from the Children's Bible. They make no quabbles over the fact that they want him to be evil and that they make sure that you know he is the big bad guy. The problem is that how did we get to him being the bad guy? Why do I have to think that he's the bad guy? That's where things sort of break down. So World of Warcraft doesn't have 5-head hidden lore. World of Warcraft currently suffers from fractured lore. And someone earlier in the stream actually used the perfect analogy. The perfect analogy. Steve the Newser knows where he wants to go, but he has no idea how he wishes to get there. And that's the problem with World of Warcraft currently. Steve the Newser knows exactly where the story must go. He just doesn't know how to get there. So he just sort of writes and writes and writes until something hopefully happens. I think Balila once... I think it was Balila who once said, Blizzard seems to rush these big gasp moments. And I think most of you in chat would immediately understand what I'm saying. Blizzard rushes for these gulp moments, these moments. But where in the past, those gasp moments, those moments that left all of us going, came with a hell of a lot of build-up, right? There's like years and years of development and story to this moment where we go, now, the gasp moment is introduced at the beginning of the cinematic, and in 2 minutes' time, the player needs to reach the moment. And what ends up happening is when you reach the moment, the player is sort of going, okay, what's that? The fuck is this? What am I watching? A good example of this is the Tyrande cinematic. The Tyrande cinematic played out, and I remember watching it, and I remember thinking, I know they want this to be emotional, but I'm not really feeling the emotion. I know they want this to be a very sad moment and a very sad bit, but like that sadness isn't really translating to me. I'm not really experiencing sadness. I'm more just annoyed at the things I don't understand. Like, for example, Tyrande makes a choice saying, my life for the Banshee Queen. And then Elune goes, no, you're not allowed to. And then moments later, Elune's like, if Tyrande wishes to live, she needs only decide. And it's like, the fuck are you saying? She just, what changed? Like, she wasn't allowed to give her life for the Banshee Queen back there, but now she's allowed to choose to let you go so that she can live. Like, what? How the fuck do you apply your free will? Like, it's only free will when you choose the right thing? I don't understand. This doesn't make sense. What are you doing? And that's the problem. It feels like with Final Fantasy, the developers take a lot of effort to try and make their story make logical sense as much as possible. Whereas in WoW, I get the feeling like logic oftentimes is the last thing that they care about. Like, it doesn't really matter what story they tell, because fuck logic. We'll just do whatever is cool. The rule of cool seems to be the way in which Blizzard runs their game. And that's very difficult to follow. It becomes almost impossible to follow after a while. Yeah, the characters that they kill off as well in WoW doesn't make a whole lot of fucking sense. Anyway, sorry for the massive rant, guys. I do apologize. I get really pissy about shit like this. Apocalypse, how you doing, bro? Apocalypse, yeah, we will be podcasting today. I'll text you before we go. $60.15, The Fallout, Resident Evil, Witcher, great game. Elder Scrolls on alright game. Kingdom Hearts, never played. Dark Souls, never played. Doom, never played. Well, I played the old Dooms, but never the new Dooms. Mass Effect, brilliant fucking game. Sekiro, never played. Jedi Fallen Order, good game. Goodish game. Rogue Squadron, never played. And Battlefront 2, played it on beta. Truffle Shuffle, the new house is amazing. I'm probably gonna go to the beach again. We're gonna take the dogs to the beach in about an hour or so. Ace, no. I don't want to talk about Sylvanas. I don't want to talk about the Sylvanas stuff. I'm still sort of making my mind up about the whole Sylvanas thing. I'll talk about it when I'm ready. There's still a couple of things I need to think about with the whole Sylvanas story. I read the Sylvanas dialogue in patch 9.2, and all I can say is I'm not very happy. I'm not very happy. It feels like once again we've made a decision based on what's easy, not necessarily based on what's right. On Discord in a video that Sylvanas will be the Lich Queen? I don't think so. I don't think she will be. I finished the Bioshock, Half-Life, and Mafia series and Red Dead Redemption 2. I still need to finish Red Dead Redemption 2. But I recently, I say recently, I got into Beyond Two Souls last night. And what a fucking game. Holy shit, what a game. Why they've written Sylvanas like this, we'll explain in podcast later. Alright, Apocalypse, looking forward to that. 12 years old, all the fans are starting to fail, as well as front USB plugs, audio plugs. You are techie, help me find a nice new case, please. Cask, if I can suggest just one case. Let's see if they have it. Let's see if they have this case. I'm gonna find it on Amazon because so I have this case, and I can tell you right now, this is probably the best case I've ever had in my life. The fan takes Enthoo Pro 2. It's a massive fucking case, yes. It is a huge case, but it's brilliant. The airflow is amazing in this case. There's so much space for everything. Definitely my favorite case. And it's not that fucking expensive. Like $160, which for case is really fucking good. Corsair only, 720D or something. Also a big case. It's full server tower, isn't it? Yes. Yeah, this is a full tower. Full tower, massive. And it's heavy as fuck. My case, you can fit so many fans in this baby. Mama, absolutely. So I have, how many fans do I have on this bad boy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 fans. I have space for 3 more, but that would be fucking overkill. So I didn't go for 11, but I could have gone for 11 if I wanted to. The video, and the guy said that there is another Data Mine Sylvanas model that's not the homeless looking one, but it's encrypted to hide spoilers. He's guessing it's Lich Queen or Avatar or Azeroth to redeem her. I don't think I'm a massive fan of this case, yes. D-Rocker, I don't think she's going to be the Lich Queen. I don't think so. Maybe, but I don't see Bolvar relinquishing that control, that power. When he says, Mama, my PC gets really fucking hot though. So I don't need AC now because in Cape Town, it's the weirdest thing, right? So I explained to you guys when I showed you the outside of the house. But Allman, how you doing, brother? It's the weirdest fucking thing. So it's never past 25 degrees Celsius. That's like the hottest it's been here since we've arrived. And there's always wind. I don't know if you guys can see the wind outside, but there's consistently wind. And the wind, because it blows over the ocean and the ocean is very cold, the wind cools off everything. So I sit in this room right now with just the t-shirt on. And you can, if you look there in the back, my hoodie is right there. Because I will be putting that hoodie on in about an hour, hour and a half to be able to sit in this room. It's summer. It's literally fucking summer here. And I'm going to have to put on that hoodie because it gets cold as shit here in the evening. Like that wind cools shit down quick. Pow, I fucking love it. I'm a huge fan of colder weather. So evenings here can go down to about 16, 17 degrees Celsius. But then you also have the wind to contend with, and that wind blows very cold. Do winters get there? I would assume a good bit of snow and all. On the mountaintops, yes. Snow, I don't know actually. Cesius would have to say he lives here, or lived here for longer than me, at least. Cesius, do we get any snow here, or only on the mountaintops? The mountains break the wind? Yeah. Well, I don't have mountains between me and the fucking wind. I just get the wind. Alright. Cesius have been here, I think, for 5 years or something. So if he hasn't seen snow yet, then probably doesn't snow. But I do know it snows on the mountaintops. So the mountaintops will usually be filled with snow. But South Africa doesn't really... The only place in South Africa that I know of that does snow is... Oh my god, what's it called again? Hold up. Okay, so here is the coldest town in South Africa. Like, this place is in the Northern Cape, and it is... It's like, yeah, this is like the coldest town in South Africa. I'll show you guys. Sutherland, which is like a really small town. Like, really fucking small. Like, there's most of the observatories and things are here. You can see the town there at the bottom. But this is what it looks like in winter. So that's like the coldest. I don't think we get... I don't think we get a lot of snow here, at least. Where we are. I live in Mass during January, nice and cold. I mean, I wish I could have... Like, I was thinking about it today, actually. Today, this morning, I wanted to drive Toxic Wasteman. Thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. This morning, I quickly wanted to go and buy a Christmas tree and put up Christmas lights and everything. And I thought, what's the fucking point? I live in South Africa. Like, summer is the least Christmassy feeling season ever. You can't have a Christmas tree up if you're not going to wear a Christmas sweater and, like, a Father Christmas hat. And I'm not fucking sitting here in summer with a sweater and a hat. Yeah. Pal, ask whatever you want. I'll choose to answer or not, you know? Want to move to Alaska? It's not cold enough here. I would love to live in Alaska, actually. It's a beautiful place and it's cold as shit. And I like cold. I think the winter is the best time of year. Mama, I absolutely disagree with you. I would live in a place where it snowed the whole time, and I'd be happy. Property from one farm owners is a form of reparations. Is that true? Yes, but also no. Pow. They're not. Okay, so there's a bill currently on the table in Parliament called expropriation without compensation, right? Which is a bill that seeks to change the constitution of South Africa to give the government the right to take whichever property they want, and then they label it as for the public good, and then they don't have to compensate you for it. So if it's a farm worth millions of dollars, the government can simply step in, take the farm, and say, we don't have to pay you because it's for the public good, right? So that's the bill in question. Then there's a second party in South Africa called the Economic Freedom Fighters, which is like they're like hardcore Marxist. They're hardcore Marxist. Now they want the government to pass this piece of legislation. They really want this piece of legislation, but they want a change in it. Rather than giving the government the ability to take private property, because the bill change doesn't actually speak to property or to like land, it speaks to property. So any property, even a business, can be taken by the government for zero compensation if they choose that taking that business is a good idea. The EFF, the Economic Freedom Fighters, wants the bill to be changed so that it reads that all property in the country belongs to the government. So the government is the custodian of all property in the country. And people can rent the property from the government, but no one can own the property. So the EFF refuses to vote for the bill until the ANC changes the bill to say that. The ANC doesn't want to change the bill to say that because they know the country will be bankrupt tomorrow if they pass that bill. So the government is sort of torn in two at the moment. Everyone wants more government always. Let's just admit, BlackRock already owns everything. Fuck BlackRock, dude. But yeah, that's sort of... I don't know if they're going to be able to do it because you need 65% of the vote in Parliament to change the constitution. And I don't know if they're going to be able to do it because my government realizes that the second they pass that bill, my country goes to bankrupt. Like almost instantly, my country goes to bankrupt. Because you have to think, if you're an investor... You're not going to invest in a country where your property can be taken almost immediately if the government chooses to take it. I would actually worry more about Vanguard than what I would worry about BlackRock. BlackRock, at least you know who the investors are in BlackRock. With Vanguard, you don't even know who the fucking investors are of that company. Oh, pal, you don't know who BlackRock and Vanguard are. All right, so I'll give you... The entire world is owned by BlackRock and Vanguard. They're two investment companies. They own shares in Pepsi. They own shares in Coke. They own shares in Samsung. They own shares in Nokia. They own shares in literally every single business you can dream of. They own shares in every single investment bank in the US. Those investment banks own shares in them. if you tally up all of the investments that they have, they basically own everything. BlackRock and Vanguard. They are the two largest. So the American economy is $21 trillion, right? Yearly. If you take all of the money that passes through BlackRock's books every year, directly and indirectly, BlackRock's entire, like all of the money that they control yearly is more than America and China combined. They move something like 35 trillion US dollars every year. BlackRock alone. That's not even Vanguard. That's just BlackRock. They move like 35 trillion US dollars every year through their books. So they're basically bigger than most of the governments in the world. Wait, that video got removed? I thought it might. I thought it fucking might. But yeah, no, BlackRock and Vanguard is like next level evil. Mama Mayam, when you reach that point, I don't think it's about the money anymore. I think at that point it becomes power. There's no doubt that every politician in this world is bought off by big corporations. Doesn't matter who it is. Bernie Sanders, Ted Cruz, fucking Tortoise Boy, what's his name again? Mitch McConnell, Nancy, whatever the fuck her surname, Pelosi. The other fuck that I don't like, what's his name? Chuck Schumer. Let's just save ourselves some time. Whether it's a Democrat or Republican, they're all snakes. They're all owned by some corporation. You might not know which corporation it is, but they're all owned by someone, right? And that's what it is. It's just basically to ensure that they get all the power. So whenever these politicians vote, they're not voting for stuff that they believe in. They're voting for whatever the corporations that own them believe in. They really do need to wear NASCAR fucking jackets to show all of their sponsors. So this Skeletor is at least funny. But yeah, it's all about control. At the end of the day, these companies want control. They want to be able to They want to be able to influence how people think. I mean, there's some weird shit that came out of that. Like, really weird shit that came out of that. And yeah, I don't know. I don't think the world can be saved at this point. Like, where I am now, I'm sort of at a point where I think it's maybe better that people just learn the lessons the hard way. If I look at how quickly people were willing to give up their freedom during this pandemic, I don't think the world deserves freedom anyways. Like, I don't mean that in whatever you did, that's your fucking choice and you can do whatever you want. But I don't think, who was it? It was a US president that said those who would sacrifice their safety, those who would sacrifice their liberty for safety deserves neither. Who was that? Who said that? Was it Franklin? May have been Benjamin Franklin. And I agree with him. The amount of people that were willing to say, fuck my liberty, just give me safety. We don't deserve either. And I'm not making any judgments. Like, you believe whatever you want to believe. I just think most people don't understand how governments function. Because I get it. Some people are really afraid of this virus, and I'm not judging you for it. If you're really afraid of it, I know people who have lost people to the virus. And I get that that can be harsh. But I think most people don't seem to think further. Because once governments have power, they don't give it back. And that's what bothers me. I'm terrified of what comes next. Because we've basically said the government is allowed to tell you what you can and can't put into your body. We've basically said the government may force you to take medication even if you don't want to. So what happens when the government decides to sterilize everyone? I'm using a silly example. I'm not saying that would happen. But what happens? Let's imagine there comes a government that says, right, everyone has to be sterilized. You can't change your mind now. You've given the government the chance. You've given them the right to tell you what to fucking do, right? They can tell you what to put in your body. And if that is what they want to put in your body, you can't now say, no, we don't agree with this. We agreed with the COVID stuff. No, fuck you. You agreed that we as the government is allowed to tell you what to do with your body if we believe that what you do with your body is bad for the environment or bad for the people, the society at large. You can't walk that shit back. The only way to get governments to back down is through war. Once a government has the power, they don't give that power away. Ever. Kanye asks, thanks for the tier 1 sub, dude. Really appreciate that. The gifted sub. Thank you. So that's that's the only thing that I'm afraid of. Human nature of instant gratification, though. You don't think about the long-term effects of losing liberty over time as long as the immediate gratification of safety is awarded. Absolutely. But to that, one has to ask the question, do we then deserve it? Dopey. You just literally used my favorite fucking saying from Milton Friedman ever. There's nothing more permanent than a temporary government intervention. Yeah. That, like, one of my favorite things that Milton Friedman ever said. There's nothing more permanent than a temporary government program. It's true. Governments don't walk back their own power. You want to walk back the power of a government, you have to go to war with said government. I don't know what Roe v. Wade is. What the fuck's that? DJ, welcome back, bro. Abortional. Wait. I don't think SCOTUS would turn that would overturn that. Been smoking. I'm pretty sure SCOTUS wouldn't overturn that. Even the conservative judges on the panel who've been asked about this made it very clear they have no interest in overturning something that is already in law. The only thing that I would say, the only reason I would be okay with them overturning it is if it gives power back to the states, right? Because I do think a state should be able to decide. If you want to live in a backwater state that doesn't fucking allow for abortions, then you should be able to choose to live there, right? And those who don't want to live there should fuck off and go live somewhere else. But then you run into the problems of how states keep you there without the ability to actually fucking leave the state, and then it becomes a whole different story, a whole different problem. I don't necessarily, like, I don't actually have any opinion on abortion. My life philosophy is, if it doesn't affect me personally, I don't give a fuck. Like, you can do whatever the hell you want. As long as it's not really affecting me, I'm okay with anything. And I think when it comes to abortion, my stance is sort of like, if as long as the doctor agrees and the parents aren't forced, I don't see why that's an issue. I think the only thing I would sort of ask about, and I'll ask people in chat here, I'd specifically like the girl's opinion in chat. I think it would be nice to hear what the girls have to say. I don't like the fact that the father gets almost no say in what happens to his child. I'm not entirely sure if that's okay. You know? I don't know how to deal with it. I don't know how to solve the issue. But I do think that if it's your child, you should at least get a say in you know, what happens to the kid. Like, at least get a voice. Like, at least be able to say something. Whereas most countries in the world, the father really gets no say. If the woman wants to abort, she can get the abortion, no questions asked. And I don't necessarily know if that's fair, considering the fact that if the woman wants to keep the baby, the father still has to pay for the child, even if he doesn't want to. It just feels like a very sort of backwards law to me. Blasphemous, true, but it's still his child. And both people knew what was the end result of sex. Unless, of course, we're arguing there's people in the world who do not know that sex could lead to pregnancy. I mean, you had sex, you fell pregnant, now, you know, no one should be surprised by that. You can't say just because the father's life isn't fundamentally going to change because he's not going to go through the biological changes, his voice doesn't count. Because at the end of the day, it's still his child, right? So I think it's an argument worth having, at least. Like I said, I don't know what the answer is to that. I don't know how you would solve it. I don't think there is a solution that's actually going to make anyone happy. But I don't necessarily think the current way of doing it is nice, right? I don't think the current way of doing it is nice. Apocalypse, maybe in the UK, but I can tell you in South Africa that means fuck all. All the mother has to do is go to the courts, get a court-ordered paternity test. If that paternity test shows you're the father, you're fucking paying. Even if you say, no, it's not my child, I don't care about the child. Doesn't matter. You are paying. But at the end of the day, I also think that as a man, you have to be able to... Like, I think... Well, man, but this is exactly... No, I prefer when people play devil's advocate. Because I oftentimes in these arguments, because I don't really have a stake in this, right? I've never gotten a girl pregnant, so I have zero stake in this. So I tend to play devil's advocate because I think it's valid and it's needed. But to your point, I would say it would depend on how the father sees it, right? Because again, here we get to religious belief. For me personally, I think a child becomes a child as soon as you can see a child. So as soon as you look inside that lady's belly, and there's hands, there's feet, there's a heartbeat, I think that's a child, right? I think at that point, if you abort it, you are effectively committing murder. So I'm definitely not on board with late stage abortion. I think that shit is just fucking whack. Because you had months, right, to decide to get an abortion, and you waited until what, fucking third trimester or some shit. I know it's not legal anywhere. I'm just saying there's people that's fighting to make it legal. Boys, if you don't want a kid, don't stick your dick in it. Use some lotion on your hand. I'd say this is where I'm sort of going to piss on my own argument, right? But I'm going to say it that, making them illegal won't stop them, right? Always happen. Providing safe abortions should be the right choice. Betty Bob, depends, of course, on how we deal with it. Because I agree with you. Just making something illegal is useless. Look at drugs. They've been illegal for most of our lives, and it's not hard to get drugs, right? It's always the best example I always give people for the stupidity of the war on drugs is prisons. A prison is literally the one place where you should be able to keep drugs out, and there are more drugs in prison than anywhere else. So clearly, the war on drugs don't work. So you're right. Making things illegal doesn't mean shit. But I do think education plays a huge part, and specifically this is education I think that should come from parents. I don't think schools should be educating people on this. I think parents should educate their kids on this, because it's definitely a cultural thing, right? The vast majority of women I know are very much against abortion from a cultural perspective. They won't ever do it. But I also think if you're a guy that got a girl pregnant that refuses to even take your feelings into consideration, then maybe that is in some way your fault. You decided to have sex with someone that is inconsiderate and definitely wouldn't be a good mother, right? Because they're not a good person in general. Because I can tell you right now, every girl that I've ever dated, if they were to get pregnant, they would ask my opinion. And they would actually put weight in my opinion. They wouldn't just do it, regardless of what the fuck I feel. So maybe you deserve it then. If you had sex with someone who thinks your voice don't matter, then hey, that's your fucking problem. At the end of the day, I'm not for making anything illegal, and I should make that clear. I don't even want there to be a government. So, if you ask me, everything would be legal. In pro-life, but politically, it should be the state's choice if they allow it. Just know of instances where it should be allowed, and there is no reason to completely ban it. At this point, since, like you said, making things illegal won't stop it completely. No, I think making things illegal will actually make it worse. Because now you'll have people who offer those services in not the best of conditions. So it'll just be worse. Bad father. Play Master Kuro, that's fine. But then, there should also be a level of responsibility. Right? For example, if you know you don't want to be a parent, then how about you practice safe sex? Because you know you don't want a kid, right? There should be some responsibility as well. But ultimately it is their choice, but I do feel, bro. No, it is. I like I said, for me personally, it should be a choice between the parties and the doctor. I don't think you should force doctors to provide abortions. If a doctor doesn't want to provide an abortion, they shouldn't be forced, because now you're just stepping on the doctor's freedom for your belief. But I think if the girl really wants an abortion and the doctor is willing to give it to her, cool. Yeah, just do anal. Why not? Practice safe sex. To force someone to do something against their morality for the sake of money. True. I know a few doctors in South Africa that refuse to do abortions. Technically, it is illegal in South Africa. Like, a doctor must give you an abortion when you ask. But I know a few doctors that just sort of defer people to other doctors that is willing to do it. Like, they won't do it themselves. These act, thanks for the tier 1 sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 14 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Betty Bob, I would say that the vast majority of them are parents. I mean, do no harm. It's in their oath. It is understandable. I don't even think it's necessarily the oath, right? I think it, because there are doctors who don't give a fuck. Like, they take the oath, do no harm, to extend more to the mother than what it does to the child, right? And so if the patient wants the abortion, they'll give the abortion. It's a moral question. And I mean, I'm not one to tell someone else how they should deal with a moral question like that. I think there's a bunch of very hard things in this world that is almost always going to be better solved leaving it to the individual. I think when you start to force people, that's where you create a lot of issues, right? So it's always funny to me when I see these people going back and forth, you know, oh my God, the fucking pro-lifers or the pro-choice people, and how they hate each other. And I just think to myself, why is it that no one seems to even try to understand the other side? That genuinely baffles me. That we've reached the point where people refuse to understand even the other side. They just make up their mind, fuck them, and then that's it. Which is the most moronic and stupid position to take in this world. Is to just decide that someone is wrong. Dizak, did I say thank you, by the way, for the tier 1 sub? I really appreciate it. Sorry, I'm sort of tired. We've been streaming for about 5 hours, so my brain is fucking mush. Idea for an app? Quick 6 contracts? But also never gets to have sex. Steve Denuser is saving yourself a waifu bay, same price of honest. The majority of the argument for pro-life is what God said. And for all the non-religious people, this is a moot point. If you don't believe in their God, why are you going to allow laws to be put in place based on a religion you don't follow? You see, but that's actually... So I know a bunch of pro-lifers who usually their first argument is like the first thing they say would be it's against God. But when you ask them, they actually have some very decent moral arguments for why not. Like they'll sort of condense their point into, well, it's against God's wishes. But then when you actually ask them, they have some incredible moral arguments about why they don't believe that it should happen. Gotta go. Have a nice day, everyone. Akalon, check out your Discord whenever you can. Leave the message to you there. Have fun on the beach. JC, thank you very much. I'd really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, man. Thanks for hanging out. Reasons for multiple reasons at the same time. True. That's why it's such a difficult thing. That's why I usually defer to my sort of base statement on everything. Do whatever the fuck you want as long as it doesn't influence me. We good. Because, you know, we're just chatting. Blade Master, the truth is, almost every single person in this chat lives like a Christian. Even if they aren't Christian. You don't murder people, all right? You don't steal. Okay. You don't lie. Cool. It's all Christian principles. The way you were raised as a child is most likely based on Christian morality and Christian principles. It really depends on how you view things. I'm not religious at all, but I do see the value in religion. I think I view religion sort of as a marker for society, right? So, for example, I have a hard time trusting I'm trying to think of the correct way of phrasing this. Blasphemous, not really. All those things didn't really exist before Christianity. A lot of the things, actually, a great deal of what we hold today comes from Christianity. If you go back to, for example, the Vikings, right? You were allowed to kill another man if they wronged you. You were allowed to cut off their fucking head. All you had to do was make sure that they knew that you were going to cut off their head. You just had to state your dispute quite publicly, and then you could kill each other. Christianity came in and said, what the fuck are you doing? You can't do that shit, right? So no, there's actually a lot of morals that comes from Judeo-Christianity that we follow today that wasn't really observed for the majority of human life. The Egyptians, for example, had no issues with slavery, with caste classes, with basically genocide. No issues. Their religion allowed for it. The Egyptians could kill whoever they wanted as long as they didn't kill a fellow Egyptian. Well, they could kill fellow Egyptians, but there were some rules around how they could do that. So no, I do think that there's a lot that not necessarily Judeo-Christianity definitely teaches us about being good people. Even if you reject everything that is in the Bible, I don't think you can actually reject that. If you lived your life by the rules of the Bible, you'd be a pretty decent person. And other people would probably like you because you're not a fucking cunt, right? But I, for example, have a very hard time trusting atheists. For a number of reasons. First and foremost, I don't necessarily trust that atheists are the most intelligent people in the world. Mainly because I have a huge problem with someone exclaiming that there is no God without the ability to prove that there is no God. And you might think, but Akelon, how the fuck do you disprove a negative? Exactly. If you can literally sit there and without a shadow of a doubt tell me there is no God, we have a fucking problem. Because you're basically believing religiously in something that you can't fucking prove. I don't mind agnostic that much, because at least as an agnostic, myself, I'm agnostic. I say I don't know. I don't know if there's a God. I can't prove or disprove it. I have no idea. I choose not to believe in a God because I don't think a God is necessary, but I can't tell you 100% there is no God or there is a God. I don't know. So that's sort of like, and also when it comes to non-believers, I don't always know if your moral sentiment is going to be the same as mine, right? Are you going to do things that I don't agree with? Are you and I going to be able to agree fundamentally on the same sort of things? Because maybe we won't be able to, right? The funny thing is, in recent breakthroughs in quantum physics lean towards that a divine intelligence does exist. I mean, there are moments where I look at the world around me and you sort of wonder, how was all of this possible by chance? Like, that is incredible. But then again, can be explained, especially if you understand the chaos or chaos theory. You know that everything here didn't just happen once off, right? Everything that we have today is the result of billions and billions of tries to make it work, right? And it just so after a billion tries happened in that way. I don't necessarily know, Truffle Shuffle. I do think it could have happened without. I do think it could have happened without a creator. Why are we dealing with all the hardest fucking questions today? Like, why are we ending this stream with like all the fucking questions that all the philosophers in the world can't even fucking solve, and we're here on Twitch, the cunts of the fucking internet, are gonna solve the questions of the fucking universe? I don't get it. Like, yeah, us fucking morons, we're gonna come up with all the solutions. Take notes, people. Someone phone Neil deGrasse Tyson. We're on a fucking breakthrough, on the cusp of a breakthrough here. Buzzy, how you doing, bro? Back to streaming. Let's solve the biggest arguments of the world. Oh, me, exactly. Speak to yourself. I'm very smart, 5'8". We can be as smart as we want. There's some questions that we'll just never have the answers to. If you cannot perceive that there is a point in space where atoms are the size of the biggest black holes, you won't be able to perceive the existence of God. You know the game is in trouble when the Bible has a better and more cohesive narrative than WoW. Well, the Bible's narrative is actually pretty cool. I love reading the Bible. There's a lot of really awesome shit in there. I just read the Bible different than most other people. I read it more as a philosophical book. Just think the Builders, a super intelligent race. There's also always the opportunity or the chance that we live in a fucking simulation, right? That could also happen. I came back from the dentist, got my wisdom tooth stitches taken out. What a fucking relief. God, I still have my wisdom teeth. I never had to get it removed. Oh, bro. Bro. The Hollow Earth theory has got me all manner of fucking excited. Your story, play Outer Worlds. I'll buy it for you. I can buy it. I just don't have time right now. But I'll definitely put on my list of things to play, CCS. Have you seen the fucking videos of glitches? No, birds hovering in mid-air. That shit is crazy. Society changes not by the influence of the elites, but by thousands of nerds on the internet screeching behind their screens. Exactly. No, Apocalypse, I'm not in Walker yet. The giant petrified tree theory. No? What theory is that? Mine broken and my nerves got exposed? My god, what a fucking nightmare. Cascade, I don't have to take them out. My mouth is big enough to accommodate my wisdom teeth. I already went to the dentist and they said, no, it's fine. Your mouth's doing just great. I do need to get braces though. Digit, I want to say early, but it might change again. But we started very early today. Today we started, what time did we start streaming today? 12 o'clock? I think it was 12 o'clock. No, yeah, it was definitely 12 o'clock. Because at 11 I started uploading videos to G Drive. And it took about an hour to upload all of that footage. So yeah, about 12 o'clock. Man, thank you so much, Prime. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the Fat Fuckers Club. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much appreciated. Welcome to the most fucked up chat on Twitch, where we talk about everything and nothing at the same time. Work tonight, don't start the revolution without me. Blasphemous will wait for you. I'll tell everyone to slow the fuck down. Go to work and lurk, so no more big brain talk for a bit. But take my free sub, I really appreciate it, mama. Don't know, I woke up at 2 o'clock, get me in queue and Final Fantasy and see you online. Hey, I'm happy to be here. This was a good fucking stream, first stream back. Really enjoyed it. Even though I do think we started a little early. Maybe I should start a little bit later. I think if we start this early, like what I can do instead of start this early is just start streaming on the other channel. Like, you know, play some Death Stranding on the other channel until normal stream time starts, and then get on the normal channel. I do, Machindo. I do have another channel, yes. Do love this community, regardless of your view. Proof that we can talk about something and have different opinions and still respect each other. Travel Shuffle, it's taken me a long time to get a community like this. Believe me, we've gone through, well, you should know, you've been here for a long fucking time. But most of you were here before when we had someone who lost their shit because everyone didn't agree with them. And the nicest thing that you can say to someone like that is, peace, bro. Fuck off now. But yeah, I like it. I like the fact that we can have conversations and there's not people screeching their fucking ears off or eyes out because, you know, how dare you not agree with me? Because I like saying controversial shit. It's what I do, you know? I have controversial opinions. And if people are going to get angry at me for every controversial opinion I have, this is going to be a much longer stream. Thing is, most people have opposite feelings towards other ideals and the way people live their life, as they put people on ignore or scream because they don't want to be wrong. Prop Night. I've not seen it, no. Blade Master, true. The problem, I think, today is that so many people refuse to have even arguments or conversations about things that they don't agree with, right? I mean, I've met people who literally will not even have a conversation with me about something like capitalism. They won't even have a fucking conversation about it. Like, it's just Insta screaming it down, fuck you, don't want to hear anything. It's like, why are you so afraid of your argument falling apart? Because that's all I can think, right? If you won't even listen to an argument for capitalism, it means that you're not sure that your own arguments could hold up against it. Digit, you fucking missed it. What is Prop Night? I'm not playing a game like Dead by Daylight. Are you fucking nuts? Yeah, I'm not playing scary games. You guys can go suck a dick. No, I will not enjoy it. You guys can literally go fuck yourselves. I'm not playing a fucking scary game. Not happening. Just look at it. Oh my god. No. Did you play Monster Hunter World? I'd probably give it a go, although I don't know if that's my game, really. I don't know if that's my game. Scary after 2 games? Yeah, that's what they told me about Phasmophobia. And it was still fucking scary after 2 games. No, I don't wanna. Alright, plays them? Ah, okay. That makes sense, Bentley. You're a pussy when it comes... Yes, I am. Look, I'm not even denying it. I am an absolute fucking pussy when it comes to scary games. I don't want to play them. No, I don't like scary games. Why would I want to be afraid? Like, that makes no sense to me. Why would I want to be afraid? I prefer... I can scare you right now if you want. No thanks. I prefer games that's just got good story. I'll say this, even Death Stranding is a little bit scary for me. I like Death Stranding, it's a great story, but there are moments in that game that I find a little bit scary. Where I just go, yeah, this sucks. Why couldn't they put some nice music in here? I don't like the the fucking monsters around me. I don't like scary games. I don't want to stress. I don't want to be stressed when I play video games. I just want to have fun. Play a nice little video game. Not fucking be afraid the whole time. Mass Effect 2 and KOTOR 2 got a scary vibe to it at times. I wouldn't say Mass Effect was ever scary to me. Call of Cthulhu, great game. I played Call of Cthulhu. I would say that was the right amount of scary, although there were moments where I wasn't too happy with it. But I played Call of Cthulhu. Think mayonnaise is spicy? No, I don't. No, mayonnaise is very bland. I don't even like mayonnaise, to be honest. I mean, I'll eat it, but it's not my favorite. Not even close. If you're fine with UFC, then Prop 9 is fine. We'll see. I'll make you guys a deal. I'll check it out. If I like it, we can play it together. We can play it on stream. HP Lovecraft would be amazing. I'm very tempted to buy Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1. Very fucking tempted. Kovan, how you doing, bro? I'm gonna change your life? For what? Get you into PvP once and for all? I'm not gonna be able to stream that day, Apocalypse. Just learned my internet is down on your birthday. I don't know when your birthday is, but my internet's gonna be down that day. I will not fucking do PvP. I would rather play a scary game, and I'm not playing a scary game. So that should tell you how fucking much I'm not playing PvP. I hate PvP. It's such a fucking bore fest playing PvP. No thanks. No thank you. Let's play a nice little RPG or some shit. Seen the shore? I thought I looked at this game. Isn't that the game that you can sort of finish in 30 minutes or some shit? I think you can finish the shore in like 30 minutes, depending on the choices that you make. I think I saw it on Steam. Enoch, thank you very much for the resub, dude. Really appreciate it. 9 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. VR version, that would be interesting. Real life is an MMO. Hey, my real life is pretty cool right now as an MMO. I'll tell you that much. Video games to escape to reality, usually. That's not much of an escape. So I definitely don't... I don't mind when it's close to real life in video games. Although when you play Sims, I don't know how Sims can be seen as a game, to be honest. 2 hours of gameplay. Lots of cutscenes then, I imagine, Cascade. Yeah, but oxygen not included is not real life. No, I mean, when you're talking about PvP in those games, that's fine. It's like, for example, battle royales. I like battle royales. I don't really mind that kind of PvP, but I get bored with it really quickly. Bendy, take care of yourself, bro. Thanks for hanging out. Sims is fun, though, to be honest. No. Hey, fat man. What's up? How's it going? Sick Beach Peaks, hey, chat. How you doing, bro? Not really. It's very on your face, like COC. I'm sort of right now in that weird space where I don't know what games to play. Like, I know what kind of game I want to play, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna get that game. Bro, doesn't help. So here's what you need to know about me. I go from game. I'm not always in the mood for the same game. So it doesn't help that I have a bucket list, because I can tell you today, oh my god, I can't wait to play this game. And then tomorrow, I'm over that game. Like tomorrow, I don't want to play that game now. And then next week, I'll be back on that game. I jump from game to game to game to game to game quite fucking quickly. If you have played Outer Wilds, someone in chat told me about Outer Wilds before, saying it's an absolutely incredible game. We played The Sinking City on stream, didn't like it. It's not that I didn't like it, it just didn't grab me at all. Like, the detective stuff in Sinking City was sort of not detective stuff, right? It's not the kind of detective stuff that I wanted. I never played BioShock, no. It looked too scary to me, so I decided not to play it. I'm looking through Steam constantly, trying to find any game on Steam that might be good. I don't think it's out on PC yet. I know it's coming out on PC, but I don't think it's out on PC yet. Yeah, played Outlast when it first came out. It hit my knee against the table to the point where it almost bled, and I was done. No, I've never played Dragon's Dogma either. I'm pretty sure it's coming next year. I am looking forward to it coming to PC. Definitely going to be playing it once it is on PC, but I'm pretty sure it comes next year. It's not this year. I mean, I have it on PlayStation. I just refuse to play it on PlayStation. When will I be streaming a game again? Probably tomorrow. We'll probably do some Final Fantasy tomorrow. Wasn't even scary for me by the end. I played it a few years back, and I was just so angry by the end. I was thankful it was over. It was scary at the beginning. I stopped playing. Like, the first jump scare, I was like, fuck this game. Fuck this game. I hate jump scares. Like, I don't like normal scary, like just the environment being scary. I despise jump scare. Like, do not fucking jump scare me. Don't do that thing where things jump out at me and suddenly it's like, oh. And I really fucking dislike the fact that I can't fight. I need to be able to fight in the game. The fact that in Outlast all you can do is hide and run away, that shit got me. I was just like, no, fuck this game. Not playing this. That's too rough. Because I have this thing, right, where I can't run away from something with my back turned to it. Just can't. It drives me nuts when I know something is right behind me and I can't see it. The games aren't long playthroughs and have really good stories. I should try the Final Fantasy games. I should really try it, but it's... I see Spellforce is on special right now. Spellforce 3 Loyalty Pack is on special right now. Why do I remember playing Spellforce? I remember playing it, but I can't remember anything about it. CD, you give me $1,000, I'll watch it. Yeah, Nate, I have played that already. I never finished Divinity Original Sin. It became too long. After a while, I was like, oh my god, no. This is long. Like, after a while, I just wanted to see the story, and then the combat starts, and it's like fucking hours for the combat. especially when it's a lot of enemies. So it was alright when it was like 4 or 5 enemies, but then you get these fights that's got like 12 enemies. I was like, oh my fucking god. Because then most of your time you're just sitting watching the enemies do shit. Alright, now it's my turn. Let's do this. So yeah, got really bored with that after a while. With Baldur's Gate, they seem to take a bit of a different approach. Like sometimes the enemies will do things together. So at least you don't have to watch every single enemy on its own do the fucking thing. But I'm looking forward to Baldur's Gate. I've already bought it. Like, I'm just waiting for Baldur's Gate to launch, to go live, so that we can play it. Because I really want to play Baldur's Gate. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I'm in a weird place right now when it comes to video games. So Jeff's parents were staying here the weekend, and they bought our 1050 cake. What the fuck kind of cake is that? Did start D2 back in the day? Back in the 90s. Thought you could already play it? No, you can already play it, but right now you can only play the first chapter. You can only play the first chapter, and I don't want to play just in chapters. I want to play the whole game when it's out. The Grey, thank you for 2 months after delivery. 10 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, so I'm waiting for that to finally launch so I can play that. I don't know, we'll wait and see. Right now I've got so much shit going on that between Final Fantasy, streaming, YouTube, I'm probably not going to have time for other games for a bit. Plus, as soon as we're done with Final Fantasy Heavensward, we're swapping over to Star Wars, The Old Republic, to play that. So that's going to keep us busy for a few weeks as well. The Grey, I'm loving the new place. I'm absolutely adoring the new place. I'm actually going to the beach soon. So we're just ending the stream here, and then I'm heading to the beach. Really fucking loving the beach, bro. 7.0 update. If that comes out the 14th, just buy a bed. No, I'm not buying a bed. I like my bed. Sleeping on the floor has been good for me. It's really been. My back feels so much fucking better, dude, since sleeping on the floor. I don't know if they still release raids or anything. But I am gonna... Is beach out back of your house, Echo? No, unforgive one. Sadly, I do have to drive a bit to get to the beach. Alex, I would never sleep on a fucking wooden plank. That would be too hard for me. But no, I'm gonna try Star Wars The Old Republic, see what I think of it. But we'll probably, from tomorrow, we'll start playing Final Fantasy 14 again. We need to finish Coils of Bahamut so that we can actually fucking get done with Heavensward. Yeah, no, I'll buy a bed, but for now I'm gonna focus on buying the things that I need for the stream, like a camera and a mic. That's the things that I'm buying next month, and then we can look in January or February, look to buy a bed. For now, I'm spending my money on the things that matter to me, like the stream setup and stuff. I don't really give a fuck where I sleep as long as it's a bed and it can sleep. It's all right. I'll look at spending money outside of the studio once the studio is set up the way that I want it. Create a char like for X Bounty Hunter, and you can give him a sniper, or if you have a light or dark side max, you can create a Jedi with Sith stuff and a Sith with Jedi stuff. I just want to be Sith. Just want to be a bad guy. Cask, no. We're not doing a green screen. I have some ideas for the background, but I'm not doing the green screen. I've not been on the carnivore diet for a while, but I'm going back on it tonight. Like, I bought a bunch of meat that I'll be making tonight. Like, moving down, I couldn't really go on the carnivore because everywhere you go to buy food, they don't really sell meat. They sell all sorts of other shit. but I'm going back on tonight. So we'll see how that goes. It's usually fucking hard to get back up on the carnivore diet once you've been off it. Like your body rejects it for the first few weeks. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, let me get ready. Need to take the doggos to the beach. I always look forward going to the beach, dude. Gonna grab me some coffee, wake me up, 'cause I'm tired as shit. Think you drink? Yeah. Well, I drink max even if I'm not on the carnivore diet. Apocalypse, I will definitely do that. Trying to think now. Yeah, if I can't do it tonight, because it all depends on what we're doing after this. But if I can't do it tonight, I'll give you an exact time when we do it tomorrow. Because I'll have a better idea as I settle in of when I have time for what. It's fucking sad that you don't wake up earlier. Because I usually have the whole morning free to do shit. I wake up at 7 a.m. and then I'm awake and doing shit during the morning. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I had an absolute blast with all of you. Crizzy, thank you very much for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream right at the end of it. I do apologize. I'll be back tomorrow. What we'll do tomorrow is... I'll start later tomorrow so that we don't reach this point and I'm already tired as fuck, right? Because we've been here for about 6 hours now. So I'm all streamed out at the minute. But yeah, we'll make sure to start a little bit later tomorrow so that we can actually get some good stream time going. I was just bored today, so I thought I'd fucking start earlier. But yeah, thank you so much, guys, for hanging out with me, for spending your afternoons, your mornings, or your evenings with me. It's been an absolute pleasure. Remember to take care of yourselves, take care of your loved ones, be kind to each other, be good to each other. And I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam.